What's going on, y'all? It's your boy M.I. Sizzle back in here. Had a little technical difficulties. But we back in here, man. It's been a while since I've been on this streaming junk, so I gotta get myself together. Gotta give me a little countdown screen and shit. But anyway, what's going on, man? We about to be playing some games today. Probably going into the lab a little bit, practicing a little bit of something. We're gonna see where the day takes us, you know what I'm saying? We'll see where the day takes us. First and foremost, go over here, hit me up with customization right quick. Won't wait anybody to get up in here. Hopefully y'all been living it up. I know I ain't been living it up too much. I really need to change my microphone because my game over here, probably should just change the orientation, everything I got over here, but I'm in limited space, so I can't really do too much. But about to see what we're gonna do right here. We're gonna try to make us a new king. Got them Tekken 3 pants now, so let me see which king that I really ever use. I ain't gonna hold you, I don't hardly ever use this Jason Voorhees one. Gotta keep my classic Baltimore Dragon. Then I got the Hulk Hogan. Pac-Man, that's probably need to stay. So, got the Ninja Gaiden. This one might dip. Biker Mice from Mars. Nobody don't even know what cartoon this is half the time. So I'll be in here putting this on there. Folks don't even know what the hell it is. Now we actually got Armor King. I might get rid of this Armor King one. I don't know, I might come back to that. So between construction worker. I mean, I guess I could add another one over here. I mean, can't never really go wrong with the extra shared spaces. I mean, we got, when we get all these damn extra shared spaces. Oh yeah, man, I'm tripping. Man, give me my Tekken 3 outfit. Alright, so we go to that head. Let's see. Upper body. Lower body, where them pants at? Yeah, give me more pants. I'ma need that. With a blue shirt at. That Akuma shirt. Used to be rocking that Akuma shirt. Let's see what's going on. What we gonna make it to that now? Wait, I ain't got a Tekken 3 shirt. How you trying to tell me I ain't got a Tekken 3 shirt? Oh, there we go. Yeah, check them out. Good old Tekken 3 shirts. Good old classic shit right there. Didn't he used to have a great mask though? I can't remember what color his mask was. We're gonna rock with the OG though. We're gonna rock with the OG classics. Let me see, I'm gonna look at pull up a picture of this Tekken. Pull up a picture of King of Tekken 3. No, he did. He used to have a gray hair. Damn, you can't even change his head. So, I know how we're gonna remedy that, though. I already know how we're gonna remedy that. That ain't gonna be a problem. Yeah, gonna have to do it till you like this, King. Sorry, big dog. They really don't be wanting you to change this nigga King and the Armor King for nothing, bro. Alright, let's see. That's about all you really gotta do to it, really. I guess I could turn this from being brown to like black. Then a little dark brown. Oh, his nose. I guess we'll leave it like that. Nah, check them out. Let me check them out. See what we got going on in here. Got the white spout. Oh, you got a black. Nah, what color nose you got? Of course, they wouldn't have no close-up picture. Oh, it's pink. All right. All right, we're gonna leave them like that. 999. Boy, I wish I had all that money in real life. God dang, boy, I wouldn't even be working no more. I'd be a fool. I'd be the best in the world if I had that much money in real life. Y'all wouldn't be able to tell me nothing. All right. All right. You can go with that. Accessories. We need no accessories. Keep that one. I don't know what's up with my damn TV, man. Like, I bought this damn capture card, and now whenever I do something on the game, the shit look washed out on the TV. Like, I gotta look at the stream to get the actual color, because when I look at the TV, the shit look crazy, look faded out. Anyway, let's see what we got. We're gonna give you that pink. Now we got purple. Put that on your feet. They ain't even got King Generic color in it. That's what it used to be. It's like a little orangish yellow shit. They ain't got orange. Red. Come on, man. Y'all tripping. Let your boy get what he need. Let your boy get what he need. Yo, what's going on with your gym? What's happening with you? Alright, man, we just gonna give you something right now. Gold, nah. Hook it, gold, hook it. Alright. Say why dress them like this? Is Tekken 3. This is the Tekken 3 outfit. They just can't. They don't let you turn his head gray. So the only way I can turn his head gray is to give him this stupid ass mask. Alright, let's go on and see what we can do over here in this practice lab right quick.
Get ready for the next battle.
Y'all know I like to do some drills every once in a while. Once in a while, I like to do a little few drills here. One thing I like to practice, let me turn down this damn game a little bit. I may just need to turn it down to my ear. Maybe y'all can hear me pretty good. I don't know. Y'all let me know if y'all can't hear me too well, but turn this shit down in my damn ear. Alright. Anyway, One thing I like to practice with King, it's like doing a clothesline to the push. This is actually a frame trap if you do it correctly. So this is something I'll be trying to practice to get my buffering together. It's so hard to do though. Like that right there. That's a good example. That's what it's supposed to be, right? But even a push into the push is supposed to be frame trap. Supposed to be what's going on with your sim. Simeon Benham, Cinnamon Benham. What's going on with your sim? This is supposed to definitely be a frame trap. Yeah, there you go. So here's the thing: when it comes to King, he got a lot of cheap stuff, but his junk be hard to, it be hard as hell to do. Like to do consistently. Maybe on a cheap box it might not be so hard, but I play with a PS5 controller, so it's really just about timing. So I was telling y'all about buffered sidesteps last time I was here. Really, buffered movement is super important in this game. Like, it's super important. It's the difference between being able to avoid stuff and not being able to avoid stuff. It's part of the reason people think you can't sidestep nothing on this game. In actuality, they just don't know how to sidestep. God dang, this jump is hard to do. Cut West, what's going on with your player? God, this is hard to do. I wish this jump was just forward punches and not forward neutral punches. Boy, this jump is hard to do. If you're a King player, you need to learn how to do this jump like perfectly, really. At least get almost that good, but you should be beating the jab out. Like, contrary to popular belief, like, this move is 9 frames, right? You can almost make the jump come out of 9 frames. You can't really make it come out at 9 frames. Because, oh, who came through with the raid? Who came through with the Rizzy? See, you ain't even heard my alert. Why my alerts ain't go up? See what's up with my damn alert. This shit ain't making noise. Oh, 404 Esports. What's going on? What's going on with you? What's going on with your player? Yeah, what's happening? What y'all know about that raid from the commercial? Y'all know about them raids from the damn bug commercial. Y'all probably never had roaches in your life. Like, nah, coming up, we had roaches, alright? Don't judge me. I was poor. We was broke. Alright, we had fucking roaches. Alright, it's just what it was. Alright, what's going on with your Mac Panther? What's happening with your player? Alright, so listen, this is why this junk is so important. Because, I mean, if you can start doing this regularly, like, you really can start beating out a lot of situations that people aren't going to think about. And you're going to be able to get good stuff off of it. So first we need to practice just trying to get this to come out at 10 frames. what you kind of got to do to make this work, you got to like press the forward while you're jabbing, and then there you go. That's what it's supposed to look like. So you got to press your forward while you're jabbing, and then like right after the jab in, press both of them. What you got to try to not do, which is what I'm doing a lot of, don't press forward jab. If you press forward jab, you only gonna get one forward. You gotta press jab, forward. Oh, it's such a hard thing to master. But that's a real important tool for King. Because when you hear people complaining about the push, what's going on with your juice? When you hear people complaining about the push, that's when the push becomes really cheap. That right there becomes like that's a very, very good move. This is basically like almost like having a flash. Oh, who that is? Bartokas, what's going on with your player? Welcome to the realm of the real. Only the real can chill. Who that? Who that? So this is like having a flash almost like having a flash. Not quite as good as the flash, but it's like having a mid counter hitting jab. It's just so hard to do. You know, then you can get you some heat. You can get the clothesline into some open. It's really about rhythm. That's another thing about this game. Like, this game is heavy in the rhythm department. A lot of people don't think about this game like a rhythm game, but I kind of think of Tekken like playing DDR. Like, you got to get the inputs on time, which is why online Tekken is not really real Tekken, so to speak, because it's hard to do stuff on proper timing. And this game is super based around time. It's super based around time. Like, one frame makes such a big difference in a game like this. Like, as you just saw, let me show you't one frame makes such a big difference. If I can get it. All right, that's plus 18, right? Oh, that one was still plus 18, so that one wasn't a good example. Sometimes you'll trade and that jump will be like plus 16. Or it might be like plus 6 because you trade. But in this case, you actually still get the jab. I mean, you still get the same thing. So that's not the best thing. Right? So I'm gonna think of a situation where, let's see this. Let's try this. We're gonna do down back 4, put us at -4. That's -4, and then if we do that, it's gonna trade. We need a 15 frame move. Okay. Then I still did the wrong thing, like I knew. All right, so if you do this jump, this is how I feel. All right, I did it 1 frame late, right? 1 frame late. Because I did it 1 frame late, we traded. If I'd have did it on time, not only would we not trade, I'm gonna be getting heat. Yo, Chad, what's going on with your player? Oh yeah, I'm back. Just oh, JG, what's going on with you, man? What's happening with you? Player? What's going on with your gang? So what I was trying to explain to folks is like, look, it's so important to even have one frame difference in this game. That's the difference between being able to pull this off, which obviously is already hard enough to pull off. Okay, that right there, 15 frames. We know we only -4 right here, right? Because you can actually make this. I can't even fucking do the move. What I ain't doing. Because we can actually make this come out at 10 frames. Like just one frame difference could be the difference between life and death. So if you're doing, man, probably never gonna get this shit to work. I miss the old tech when they used to have hit analysis where you can see when you can start pressing buttons. Here, I'm just guessing when I can start pressing this joint. And this joint is out of the not none of the times I'm pressing it. That was all good. We ain't gonna go through all that. That shit is pissing me off. Anyway, you say you can change it in the settings. You say you missed when there was no chip, no heater chip. You know, I'm telling you, I just got a different philosophy about this game. Let me show y'all how I think Tekken works, right? This Tekken works. Cause I feel like everybody else sees this game way different than I see it. Well, they see it this way, and maybe they just don't like it. I think that's more so the case. Maybe they see it this way and they just don't like it. But let me give you a great example of how I see this game. This is what keeps me from being frustrated in the game, at least. So, Kazuya got this, right? He got 4. He done had this shit forever, right? The way I look at how this game is designed. Okay. Although it took more execution, he said it's in display for the different way frames display. All right, let me see if I can see that right quick. Display settings, frame info, show frame advantage, simple to. I don't think this ain't what I'm talking about, big dog. Nah, that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you used to be like you would do a move and it would turn you blue and red. Hold on, maybe it's in status. No. I don't think they got it on. I've been looking for the junk for like a year. I couldn't find this shit nowhere. So I don't think they got it on here no more. Which maybe they'll bring it back. I don't know. I don't know that other people's really using it that much. You know, I like to be in this motherfucker studying the game like an idiot. You said it's the simple setting for frames. Oh, there we have it. There you go. Hey man, I appreciate you. See, I can always learn something. I ain't too old to learn a goddamn thing. All right, so. All right. Hey man, you might have fucked up now. You might have fucked up. Alright, so I don't know if y'all know how to use this, but for people who don't know how to use this jump, basically while you're blue, you can input frames, you can input commands, right? So this is how you can learn how to like buffer your attacks, buffer your side steps and stuff, which is very important in this game for getting around things. But we're gonna get back to that. I'm gonna give y'all my Tekken philosophy, and then we're gonna get to buffering and stuff like that. All right, so the way I view Tekken is that this Tekken literally is punishing your inactivity. So when they say they want the game to be aggressive, I think a lot of people think that means, you know, they want you to be in heavy 50-50s all day long. It's not really that. It is kind of that, but it ain't all the way that, right? When they say they want you to be interactive, like they want you to be moving. They want you to be checking with small Tekken, right? They even want you to backdash sometimes, right? They want you to get up out of there. Everything is not about being super oppressive. But what they did in this game that they haven't done in other Tekkens, in my philosophy, or my understanding of it, is in older Tekkens, this would be the result of being inactive, right? He would be +6. In some games, them running threes was like +17. Like Tekken 5, I think them shits was like +17. It was some crazy ass shit, right? So instead of making the game be where if I don't press anything, now I'm at -6 and gotta eat a mix-up. They just said, okay, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna give you moves that don't require you to have that mechanical skill, and it's gonna look like it's gonna look like a neutral skip, but it's not really a neutral skip. You just didn't press no buttons, because that drop kick is like 22 frames. So if I didn't do nothing for 22 frames in like something like Tekken 7, because people weren't really running around going like this too often, what people would do is they would do this, and then they would try to like do because he ain't got shit, but they'll try to come up and do a mix-up, because that's kind of what you had to do in Tekken 7. You had to like catch up to where they were at, and then do the proper mix-up, and hopefully they don't hit you no magic 4. Well, that didn't really change in this game. The only thing they did was they gave you moves to make the gameplay more, what I would consider more apparent to the general public, right? To your casual player. Or not even necessarily a casual player, but they just made the game more apparent. So they give you moves like this, right? Why would you give him this move? Now I could be wrong, but I don't think he had this in Tekken 7. I don't remember him having this in Tekken 7. But maybe he did. You say there's no nuance. I don't think there's no nuance. I think they just made it okay, you know when you play Street Fighter 6, they got modern controls, right? So if you want to do like a Shoryuken, it's a whole lot easier to just be like, all right, up circle or forward circle, and that's gonna give you the fireball. Up circle gonna give you Shoryuken, right? It makes it easier for you to understand the purpose of these moves and what they're used for. Now you can still do the mechanical aspect, which is I could still do that after a jab if I want. But why would I do that when they give me a move that covers that basis for me, right? So when I do this is 24 frames, right? Kind of the same as doing this jump here, right? Not that. Doing that. It's a linear attack. It has a lot of reach. It's slow. You know, Tekken wise, it's slow, and it give a lot of frame advantage. So now, when you are inactive, what happens is, how you make them block? Oh, I gotta do some other shit. I'm not here tripping. Oh, square. Okay. So now, on this game, they say, leave the me to fuck some shit up. Okay, now they say, all right, if you ain't gonna press no buttons, bro, you ain't pressing no buttons for 22 frames, you finna eat a 50-50. You about to eat this mix up here. All right, boom. Now you in my face, you ain't really in his face, but now you're behind 5 frames, right? Because you refuse to do anything for them 5 frames. I mean, for 24 frames. Now you about to eat a 50-50. Instead of that being my mixer, instead of them starting me in a situation where I have to do the 50-50 immediately, they just say, okay, you got a move that can force them into doing the 50-50, into eating the 50-50. Now, to a lot of people, that seems like maybe they don't really like that because they're not used to that in Tekken that much. But it's not really like it hadn't been in Tekken. How you achieve it is different in this game. In this game, it's a lot easier for, you know, think about what they did. They made running easier. You know, so now it's easier to pull something off like this, right? So everybody has a little bit more accessibility to creating these situations where if you're not going to press a button, I can get frame advantage and force a mix on you. That's kind of how I see this game. It's kind of like if you're not going to be doing nothing, if you're not willing to play the game, especially with how good the movement options are on this game, right? Like, let's look at somebody like Kazuya. This man can't even really do no moves to you. I know every character ain't like this, but you know, people don't really understand. I don't know if they don't understand this, but you know, I think a lot of people don't think about all the different techniques there are to movement in this game. And I keep trying to, I got a video I keep trying to finish up, but I want to put it out so everybody can get it. Like, let me show y'all something, man. I be in the lab working a little bit when I ain't actually working. Let me see what this thing is. Oh, I got a whole book over here. Characters, like stuff you can step, the strings, the damn what portion of the string hits you at what frames. Like, I got a lot of information here, and so when I hear people say certain stuff, I'll be like, that really ain't true. I know it's not to be the case because I done went into the lab and seen it. Y'all might can't see this all that well. Let me see it, cam it up for you. Y'all might can't see this all that well, right? But like, this junk has information in here that allows you to like really make a character very, very limited in what they can do. And it makes it very easy for you to defend because you always have a good idea of the optimal moves that they can use and what you can limit them to doing. I ain't the best with my execution all the time, but you know, those who have been in my class, they kind of know about what I'm about to show you. But now I have an even more in-depth level. Oh yeah, I got some braids, bro. Somebody's supposed to be doing my braids over today. I just started taking them shits out, but she ain't feeling too good, so I'm gonna get them done tomorrow, I guess. Or I'm gonna be looking real crazy out here with this junk all out. All right, but let's look at this, right? All right, we know about linear attacks. All right. We know about homing moves. All right. But there's, you know, obviously there are things in between that, right? What about moves that have slight track? All right, so something you could do. I really shouldn't put this out here till I put this video out because y'all gonna be stealing my shit, but y'all came out here. It's just a little late at night. Y'all supporting the stream, so I'll give y'all a little information. All right, the way I've looked at it, there are 3 types of side steps. Right? You have your quick side step block, like instant, what I call like a quick step, but like you have an instant side step block. Right? It kind of looked like that. This will allow you to block and avoid moves up to a certain frame. Y'all gonna have to watch the video to know what that frame is. But this right here is gonna allow you to block a certain frames of movement. Depending upon the frame advantage or disadvantage you start at. Right? Then you have this, which is a side step block that I call a full side step block, right? It's not completely a full sidestep, but it's the one that's going to get you the most bang for your buck, right? As far as it's going to give you the most range and allow you to block the fastest outside of quick sidestep block, which looks like that. Right? Now, when we get to talking about buffering sidesteps and why this kind of stuff is important, if I'm doing a quick sidestep block, I'm able to get out the way of that linear attack, and I'm able to block this right here, right? But you see, what's happening is if I was to try to not, if I was not to, what's going on with your Teflon? If I was not to do a buffered sidestep and I tried to do a regular sidestep, this would not work because I'm stepping too late, right? Like this move, I might be able to step because it's so damn linear, but I'm gonna get hit by this. I might be able to step that, but that I'm gonna be getting hit by it because I'm stepping so damn late. Right? You see how I'm not able to block that, right? That's what it looks like when you buffer the sidestep. So that's very important, right? Because if you're able to get away from a lot of moves, a lot of mix-ups that you normally think you need to deal with, you know, pretty sure most people are aware that Kazuya is pretty linear when it comes to his right side, right? But if I'm doing this, I'm taking a very small step. All right, that had slight sidestep. I mean, it had slight tracking. Now look, I didn't even hardly move. I'm able to block down forward 2, move out the way of that, and the way out, move out the way of that. Right? Those are 3 crucial moves that Kazuya players like to use. Right? They're all beneficial. I took away his ability to stop me from homing. I mean, I took away one of his best homing moves, right? Which I get to punish. I took away his ability to jab. So now I'm forcing him to do multiple jabs. Then, which takes away his frame advantage. Then if he tries to go for his forward 2 to try to get him a heat engager, I took away the ability for him to do that. He go for the hell sweep. I take away his ability to do that. Now he's got to start using moves that are slower in frames, or he's got to start using his movement, which basically means he's going to slow his frames anyway, right? Like, I don't really think about, so the way I kind of think about the game is in this right here. This is the rock, paper, scissors that I've created in my mind that Tekken is built upon. Tekken 8 is built upon the idea of, well, Tekken really is built upon this in general, but the rock, paper, scissors, get out your pens and pads so you can write this down. Y'all can look at it. It might make you better at the game, right? At least at the basics. Inactivity, no. Movement beats immediate time, right? So if a move, they do something immediately like this, it's gonna come out as fast as possible. My movement is gonna determine the type of movement I'm going to do is determine what I get around. But I'm using movement as the thing to beat their immediate timing, their immediate buttons. So if you're playing somebody and they're real mashy, rather than try to beat them out with attacks, it's better to use your movement to get around them, right? You know, unless they're putting you in like a super frame trap, right? But that's going to get us to the next portion. So let's say that they're doing quick attacks, like, you know, 16 frames and less, or 15 frames and less, right? And they're doing them in succession. They're a person who plays on immediate timing, right? Well, when you start playing at 16, 15, 14, 13, 12 frames immediate, it's very unlikely that they're going to have a move that is going to be homing, frame advantage, mid, like in long range. That probably is just not going to be the case. I don't even know any situation really like that. The move is going to have some hole in it that you can exploit. What you need to do is figure out, like, okay, if I know the proper movement technique, I'm playing a Kazuya, and he keep trying to press me with the jab after I do down forward one, right? Dang, I try to back up, or I stand there, and he do that junk. He mix me up with the sweep, he mix me up with jabs, and he make me take he take my turn. Right foot flamingo. Yeah, but we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that, Genghis. We're gonna get to that. And I say, dang, he keep messing me up. Well, I want to use my movement to punish him for pressing his buttons fast. Pressing these quick buttons and pressing them immediately. Nah, I'm gonna punish you for doing that. I'm using my movement. Now that could be a backdash. Maybe you have a character like King. He's got this right here. You might have some character specific stuff, but you know, for the most part, what I'm showing you works with all the characters. It don't matter what character you got. The only difference is going to be what their hitbox allows them to block versus avoid. No, what their hitbox makes them block versus avoid. Right? And there's the distinction there because King might could get around it, forward too, right? King might could get around that. Kuma might not be able to get around that because his hitbox is bigger. But he won't get hit by it because the game's frames are the same regardless of what character you're playing with. Like the frame of the move, the frame of activation, the frame of sidestepping, it's all the same. The distance, or maybe your character's hitbox, I ain't looked at it that intricately yet because I ain't got to put it on PC where I can look at all the hitboxes and stuff and all the extra info. But what I can visually denote from playing and understanding the game systems is everybody's sidestep is the same speed. It's just a matter of how much ground it covers and how big a character's hitbox is. But the speed is the same. If I do this with Kuma, it's gonna block the same move. Now where it becomes a problem is if I got Kuma and he can't sidestep something like a hell sweep in an area where King can sidestep a hell sweep, he's going to have a harder time because of his hitbox. That ultimately is what kind of makes a character sorry on this game, right? Because one of their key elements when it comes to being able to really carry out these three pillars I'm talking about, movement is a very important portion to be able to make the other two portions hit. But they do give things to characters who have those kind of ailments. They give them things like Kuma has a jab speed launcher, right? Counter hit launcher. It's just all the time, the whole entire game, he got a jab frame launcher, counter hit launcher. So he can put you in a different type of check, which we're going to talk about the second portion, right? Which is once you start doing your movement, whether it's backdashing, whether it's sidestepping, whatever your movement is, right? This now causes your opponent to have to alter what they're going to do, which means they're going to have to start using what I call delayed timing. Now, delayed timing can be a couple things. Delayed timing can be a move that they press later than normal. So instead of pressing, let's look at the same thing. Look at forward 2. Right? We're gonna put it on delayed timing. I'm not gonna do it immediately. I wait a little bit. I dashed up a little bit, did forward 2. Right? Now I'm gonna probably have to block this one. You see what happened there? Now I gotta block it. Before the jump was with it. So let's look at that in this. We ain't gonna know which one is coming. That ain't even the right one. We ain't gonna know what's coming. Now you see the difference between him doing the jump immediately and him doing the jump on a delayed time. Now there's another type of delayed timing, or what I consider delayed timing, is when you do moves that are like 17 frames and above. Right? Now you're probably gonna say, why is that the line for the cutoff? Well, a lot of the times in this game, when you're doing a 17 frame move, like you really hardly ever got frames to do that in a regular setting, right? Like there's not really too often you're gonna get to do a poke into a 17 frame move. Now there might be some scenarios where a character get to do some stuff like that, but for the most part, like you're looking at advantages of anywhere from +4 to maybe like, you know, you might get a +5 on a hit on something. And when I say like something that's quick, kind of quick, might not even be really fast, but you'll understand what I mean by that when we get to looking at all of this stuff. So when you kind of look at it like this, it's like, all right, if you got to do that move, that 16 frames, in order for that to work, that move is probably now like 20 something frames, right? So what do I do to discourage that? Because I've already understood that I want to use my movement to discourage quick tech, fast pace, quick moves, immediate pressing. I want to use my goddamn, I want to use my movement to get away from that, right? Well, then I say, okay, next portion of the rock, paper, scissors is counter hitting, delayed timing. So the first one, movement for immediate timing, counter hitting for delayed timing. So that means if they're gonna do a move that's slow, or if they're gonna do their move slowly, then you start doing things like counter hitting them. If you got, you know, certain King, he's great with counter hits. Let me see, what's a slow move that he would have? Oh, okay, I know a slow move he might have. Oh, nah, that wouldn't even reach. What's the damn slow ass move that this man got? Oh, we already talked about it. This right here. All right. So if we got him trying to do stuff like this, and say, oh, maybe he want to do delayed timing, but he don't kill his turn, right? So I say, okay, I'm gonna do my stuff. Oh. And now I just gotta do the jump. Fucking computer act like it don't want to do the right thing. Alright, see who I'm doing this quick step. It's avoiding this. But then because it's avoiding that, I gotta eat this junk right here. Right? So now they're doing this delayed timing ass move. It's like, all right, you're not gonna be making me eat 50-50s all day. You're not about to be getting all this frame advantage. Now I want to go for my counter hits. Now in this particular situation, this move will beat out both of them, right? Hell, this I think a trade. No, this will beat everything too. This should be trading actually, if I did that as fast as possible. But you know, you're gonna be able to counter hit this guy out of this jump if they're trying to go for these moves that have delayed timing. He's trying to do, if we just take this off here, he tried to do that damn petrified fish. I can do that if I got a down forward 2. If I have a standing 4. You know, everybody don't really have this, so I can't really use that. But you can use like your version of a 13 frame poke, even if I was going to do something like that. Now what I'm doing is I'm punishing you for the act of trying to stop me from moving. Eventually you're going to get to the third portion of the rock, paper, scissors, which is what I call inactivity. Now, inactivity is basically the flip side of what our opponent is doing to us on delayed timing. Kind of. But when you have a person who is not doing anything, like they're too afraid. They don't want to press buttons fast because you might step them and punish them. They don't want to do their delayed timing because they don't want to get countered. So what they're likely to do is do some shit like this. You know, they're gonna do that right there. Right? Try to create some space. Gonna say, okay. Oh, I noticed he backed up. Okay, he didn't attack. How do I punish him? Well, there's a couple ways you punish. You punish this by mixing folks up. When people have inactivity, that's when you use your mix up. So basically, not that. Y'all would think I wasn't a king player. Sorry as I am at execution. Alright, so you want to back up after I do this. I'm about to mix you up. I forgot they changed the damn input. I can do it the old way. There we go. Now you about to eat this crouch dash mix up because you want to back up and don't want to press no buttons. Well, what is that going to do? That's going to create panic in the person, right? Because they don't want to eat this mix up. They don't want to eat this. They don't want to eat no crouch dash. They don't want to eat running. Or you do mix ups or frame advantage, which is what this game is built around. So when I realize like, oh, you want to be not pressing no buttons, then I do that. And now you about to eat a mix up. Now this move that is, I don't know, God knows how many frames this is. Why did I don't have the frames shown on here? Display. Oh, because I got it on simple display. No, that's opponent frame data. Display. Oh, because I got it on simple display. Bro, why would they lock that behind? Alright, anyway, we don't need it anyway. So this move right here, that's a 20 frame move. It don't matter that it's 20 frames and slow because you're not pressing nothing. So now that you're not pressing nothing, my thing is fucking too. Hey, what the hell happened? This nigga don't want to do the damn backup no more? What's wrong with him? Oh, I switched. Am I tripping? Did I not have? Oh, no one. I am tripping. That's right. Okay. So now that he don't want to press nothing, it don't matter that this move is 20 frames. I'm making you eat frame advantage and making you eat this 50-50. Right? That's all I see this game as. Varying levels of the same thing. So let's get another character that I know people probably feels like problematic. That me, I don't particularly think they're problematic for the reasons people say they're problematic. They can be problematic, but maybe for different reasons. Where's this fool at? Damn, what the fuck is it? Oh. We'll just use this.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, in order for this character to use the same stuff I was using, what is their move that they have that is going to be plus frames? Let's find out. All right, they got. I'm not even sure that's plus frames on block. All right, that's +6, right? You see, it's a slower move, right there, right? +6. So, in a situation where he's going to get this off, that means we weren't doing nothing for 16 frames. Now, he brought up a situation where he's talking about this right here. Was it both kicks or some shit? I can't remember which way you do this, John. How the hell you do this little move? Oh, forward, forward 3. Wait, is this right? No, yeah, right. Forward. Is that right there? No, that can't be what you're talking about. You talking about this? You talking about down forward 3. You say that moonsault convinced me to use heat. Oh, I don't be having no problem using heat. I'm not against using heat. I was trying to explain the moonsault, like King's muscle armor activates faster than heat. So if it's something that I can catch with the muscle armor, I would just use the muscle armor because it activates faster. And if I hit them, I get health back. You know, the reason you don't see me use heat that often is for the reason that I'm showing you all tonight, as far as like how I look at the game, right? I would rather step and punish you than use heat and interrupt you and take chip damage, right? Now that means I'm not getting my powered up state. And there are times where the heat is better than, you know, maybe I don't have the ability to step. But it's so rare that I'm in them predicaments where heat is the best option. I just choose to use it sparingly, right? Like I would rather use it for my heat engager and get my health back. You know, that's kind of how I look at it. But other people use it for different things. And like I said, all of it is useful. It just depends on the situation. But we were talking about this move. Right foot forward, at least I believe is what you're talking about. Down forward 4. Down forward 4, right? This is an advancing, long range mid move that gives frame advantage. But it's 22 frames, right? Yeah, that's true, Akuma. I do think that is, like I said, it has its benefits as well. Like it instantly stops stuff once the armor starts up. Obviously, I say the heat burst is better once the armor starts up, but I really only use armor in situations kind of like a parry, where it's like, all right, I have the ability to do something that other characters can't do. I'm about to muscle armor you up. Now, sometimes that means I get to get my health back. Sometimes that just means I ate some damage for free. You know, it just kind of depends. But like I said, they both have their uses. But as far as something like this, so if we do right foot forward, down forward, this puts him at a +1. This is not even really that high, but for a harong in this stance, you know, +1 can be pretty rough. That right there would be guaranteed. If you was to press a button, you know, if you try to go low, you can do this junk again and get frame advantage. If you get hit by it, it's a heat engager. So, like, it's a high property move, but there's a lot you can do to deal with this. Remember, if you're doing a move, if they're doing a move that is slow, or what we call delayed timing, right? When they're doing delayed timing, that means there's room to be interrupted. And that's what they mean when they want the game to be an active game or an aggressive game. All of this stuff is what I call interactive. They say aggressive. I call it interactive game, right? This is interactive with what's going on, right? This is interactive with what's going on. It don't look like it, but that's interactive to an extent, right? Per situation. This is interactive. That's interactive. What's this damn? Oh, okay. That's interaction, right? What Tekken 7 did for a lot of us, it made us lazy on defense, right? It made us real lazy on defense, where this was the optimal choice for most stuff. Like, you just keep doing this, eventually you're gonna get out the way of everything, and then they're gonna have to run into this, right? The reason I kind of like Tekken 8, I don't know if I say I like it better than Tekken 7, but I might like it better than Tekken 7. And that's kind of crazy because I'm a defensive player, so you would think I would like Tekken 7 better. But I like this because it makes you actually have to use your brain. So when they say active defense, this is what they really mean. It's like you can't do this and just keep doing the same defensive option until it works, right? because it's covering so many bases. This is not really being an active participant. This is basically, man, I worked on my Korean backdash and now I can backdash. I can create more space than you can cover. And I can just keep doing this and make you run into stuff. Whereas on this game, they limit this. This is still a very useful tool. Doing this into this is still a very useful tool. Doing this into this is still a very useful tool. Like, it's more useful than people really give it credit for because of the amount of stuff that you are beating out. But this is also useful. This is also useful. And these have different uses, right? I know a lot of people say they want the game to be, they don't want the game to be easy and noob down, but then they want the solutions to be easy. And what I realize is, like, you know, this is still pretty much Tekken. Like, you need to have the understanding. Like, there are people that they hear a character is weak and they only step to one side of the character, right? They just keep stepping to the one side, and then they wonder why they're getting their ass hit like a motherfucker. You know, they want to backdash and they keep having to eat, you know, shit like this all the time, right? And they mad. They like, oh man, how come you keep getting to do this right here and keep having to make me eat frame advantage, man? I always gotta take mix-ups. Well, that's because you're trying to back up out of everything. That's why I was saying before, there's very rare situations where you're running into something like this. Because this requires him to go into another stance, right? This is not his regular stance, which means this all has to be done on delayed timing, because to even switch to this stance takes time. So if they're gonna do, if they're doing this to this, you've had so much time to interrupt them that if you just press back and let them do that jump, well, why shouldn't he get this opportunity? At least this is how I see the developers looking at this scenario. Why shouldn't I, a character who took however many frames it takes to do this, plus 22 frames to do this, maybe 24 if you at the very tip, you know, I don't know if I can make that happen. But anyway, you're looking at this to this. I'm gonna tell you something. If you can visibly see something happen, that junk already taken probably like 20 to, it's probably already taken 20 frames. For you to see something actually happen, let me see if the faster you can make this happen. That junk won't even let me. That's probably about the fastest you can make that junk happen. Right? That took that's about 30 frames. In comparison, 30 frames is like the speed it takes for King to do a crouch dash is about 30 frames. If you're not gonna let King do this to you all day long, like if King can't do this to you all day long, or if he can't do this right here, like all day to you, and you just eating this mix up non-stop, why would you be eating this mix up? Like, why would you be eating this move? Why would you eat this? You had to be very inactive for a long time. You know, in a game where, you know, it's 60 frames in a second, then like you're waiting almost a half a second and not doing nothing. That means that you're giving up a lot of decisions per minute, right? DPM. That's what I like to call it, right? You're giving up a lot of DPM if you're waiting around for this. And so now this person is making you increase your defensive DPM because you are being inactive. You're waiting for the perfect situation. Sometimes that's the right answer. Sometimes that's not the right answer. But just know that it is, and there's an option for you to beat that way before you ever get in those situations. It's I don't even really know any moves that are like homing and plus that are done from neutral and cover a long range. I really don't know, and are quick. There are none that I know that are quick. When I say quick, I mean like 16 frames and below. I can't even really think of none. If y'all know any that are from just a standing situation, now maybe in Heat people might have some stuff like that, but like Heat is a reward. All right, and then let me talk about Heat. So the way other people look at heat, you know, at least I heard people complaining about this, and I get it because of the benefits of some of the moves in heat and the 50-50s that you kind of got to eat immediately. But I just look at that as a reward for playing the game correctly, right? So let me show you what I mean. Okay, take it off a block. Let's say, what's a heat engager for this fool? What's this damn heat engager? Okay, that right there. All right. Now let's say I'm playing Haram, right? And he says, okay, I'm about to go in right here with this linear attack, this linear mid move that covers a lot of range, right? I'm gonna go in and do this because I think this person is, I'm either gonna counter hit their timing or they're gonna try to duck me for some reason, right? Why they would be ducking, I don't know from that far away, but maybe they think I'm gonna do this jump right here. No, not that. Damn, what's that jump? It's not down below. Okay, maybe they think I'm gonna do that. They think I'm gonna run up and do this. So I'm gonna do this right here instead. We playing online, they probably ain't gonna have the ability to duck and stand back up. They probably ain't got them kind of skills. So when I guess correctly, I'm +9. Now in heat, this is way more detrimental because this jump right here on counter hit is killing me, right? So I do get the complaint that people have about heat, like, oh, it makes the characters too overpowered. The way I combat this is I treat heat like a string, right? Now everybody's not going to kind of follow this philosophy, but this is how I keep myself from being frustrated. Heat is like a string. You hit me with the first portion of the string. Now there's a mid portion and a low portion, and it's a true mix-up, right? What am I willing to try to block based upon the situation? And like, how much benefit are they going to do? Now they could do other things. He could do this and then do this, and you'd be like, well, Mike, that ain't really a string because a string don't have all these fucking variations. I just choose to, I'm either gonna duck or I'm gonna stand, right? Because they're gonna have to do whatever they're gonna do immediately, or they're gonna start getting into delayed timing territory. And if they start getting into delayed timing territory, then guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna get counter hit, even with all them frame advantage, even with all that frame advantage. Now you might not be able to counter hit them with nothing great, but you can still counter hit them if they're trying to take extra frames. So this philosophy still doesn't change. And the reason I'm able to look at it like this is, if I do this, right? Oh, okay, if I do one jab, I'm 1 frame shy of putting you in a heat engager. 1 frame shy. Now I know the difference is, this means something different in heat than it does here, right? But it's still that. It's still that. It's still that into, man, how you do that? Into an uninterruptible version of that. Uninterruptible version of what's this other thing you got? Man, y'all see, I don't know that. When you got that damn mid kick. Man, I didn't get a damn mid kick out of that. But anyway, it's still a situation where if you get hit by this, one of these damn kicks lead to something else that lead to something else that you just gotta hold because you got hit by it, right? But you could step. Let me not say you gotta hold it, but you can step. But this right here in heat, that's outrageous. Actually, they ain't gonna hold you. +8. That's fucking ridiculous. Oh no, I'm still jumping +8. Oh man, I'm looking at this shit wrong. I was about to say, I ain't no way this shit +8. No damn heat. It's still +3, so you can still eat that low move and still have access to the same mix-up that it is when I do this, right? But there's like a 1 frame difference, which does make a difference, right? It makes a difference as to what you can get away from, and you know, the detriment to what you can counter hit versus what you can't counter hit. But for the most part, the game is not like, if you don't think this is outrageous for being +8 at 10 frames, then I don't know why you would think that's outrageous for being +9 outside of the benefits of getting what this does on counter. Right? So I'm not too, for people who don't like heat, I can understand it because it does feel like, oh well, it's covering up holes, it changes the character. But ideally, it's a mode that they added in the game to benefit your decision making. Right? If you're making the right decisions, then these are the rewards for your right decisions. It's not like it's giving you guaranteed stuff, right? It's not like when I get king and I do this right here, that because this is homing, it's guaranteed. But it does make it a strong mix-up for something like this. It does make this a stronger mix-up because that becomes an actual 50-50, right? As far as like a movement 50-50, because you actually have to, even if you try to sidestep and duck, which would be what you would normally do for throws, sidestep. But because it's high, you might want to try to sidestep duck. Well, you can't do that because this is going to cover the option of you sidestep ducking. And this is going to cover the option of you sidestepping when in heat, right? But a lot of people think that's overpowered. I don't really consider it overpowered because you still can break this throw. And you can still block this mid. So if you're really on your game, you know, now people who can't break throws, this junk is the cheapest shit of all time, right? This becomes a problem because, I mean, it's not as big of a problem because if you're still able to break throws on reaction, just because this junk is homing, it don't change that it's a both punches throw, right? It's still gonna be a both punches throw. It's not changing that at all. If I'm looking at Harong, like I said, the same thing with Harong. The properties of this move aren't changing, except for if I'm getting counter hit. Right, the rewards are changing, but the property of this particular move in the scenario that it's putting you in here, right, is the reward is far different. It's far greater when you're in heat. Also, when you're in heat, like, it's giving you your ability to do certain moves. King's not a great example of this because King don't really get nothing. That armor is ass. Because you can just jab that junk. I'm gonna show y'all that one day. Maybe I'll show it to you today, but like, if somebody running at you with King and they didn't hit you with a move, that junk is fake. All right, armor, no armor, it don't even matter. You can just beat them out of that junk every single time. Let's look at the character. Okay, this is probably a good character. Something I know something with. Get another character whose moves drastically change. Who gains something that they wouldn't even normally have? I'm trying to think. Dang, who gained moves in heat? Like, some characters gain whole new attacks. Man, I can't even think about this junk. Oh, what's going on with your mistrap? What's going on with your trap? Oh, you said Lee. Yeah, he do get that kick and that punch, right? Okay. We'll go Lee.
Get ready for the next battle.
Kazuya gets new moves. Oh yeah, he do get well, you get new moves, you get different variations of the same move. I'm talking about new moves, like, I mean, like, even variations could change. You know what, actually I know who I want to use, because I heard somebody complain about this the other day, and you know, I don't know why he's complaining, but I get it, they was complaining.
Get ready for the next battle.
All right, so when you're looking at this game, you say, all right, well, when Raven go in the heat, his moves change. He don't just get to he's not just the same character. Now he can start doing shit like this and be safe, right? He can start doing, I don't know his other clone moves, but basically all the clone moves are safe, except for that right there is plus. But that take his whole bar away. Now, I could understand, like you're saying, like, oh man, that's kind of cheap because I'm used to punishing this junk. He could delay this move, and if he delay it, and then he bring that junk out, I don't even get to punish him. But they counteract that by just the nature of how heat works. That's gonna take heat. Oh, dang, he get heat back from. I guess if he hit you, you get heat back. So it's not over yet. Look what happened. Look how much heat that just used up. He says running heat move is plus. What's running heat? Oh, that right there. Okay. How much is this already? Oh, well, this is already plus. So I guess it becomes more plus. Let's see. It's not over yet. What, you pressing buttons or something? Am I tripping? What's the notation for this move you telling me about? His running heat. I don't know what it is in heat. It's not over yet. I don't know what you're supposed to press after that, but anyway, they counterbalance this running 3 plus 4. Oh, okay. It's not over yet. Okay, but that's still the same thing. Same point I'm making, right? Same point the point I'm making is they counterbalance this by allowing this to eat up heat. So if I'm going to do something like this that changes my move drastically, where I get to do that junk gonna eat up so much heat bar. It's not over yet. Look at how much heat that took away. Like you can't even do another heat. You might do one more heat move, and then that junk is over with. You no longer in heat. You did 2 moves. You got a mix up and a mix up, and this is a running move. So what did we say about running moves earlier? Or what did we say about delayed frame moves? There is no situation you're gonna be in where this is not interruptible. You know what I'm saying? There's no situation where this is not gonna be interruptible because the junk is a 20 frame move. 22 frame move, right? That means you gotta be down negative 12. Basically, you got to be unsafe for this move to be uninterruptible. You got to be in an unsafe situation where this is an uninterruptible move. So that goes back to the principles that I was saying earlier. I hope y'all got your pencils out for this, right? And I don't want to hear about this junk on somebody else's video, and then y'all only say y'all got it from Mike ATL, because I ain't hearing nobody else talking about the game like this. So if I start seeing these terms pop up, I know where you got it from. Y'all always stealing my goddamn tech. But anyway, that's why I'm a teacher anyway. But always remember, you had a rock paper scissors to play. The rock paper scissors was move out of the way of their immediate timing moves, quick moves, and moves done rapidly in succession, or just immediately after a scenario begins. Use counter hitting for delayed timing attacks, meaning if they actually press the button late, or if they press a button that has frames higher than 17, 18, 19, 20 frames, when they start pressing moves that even if done immediately, they're that slow, they might as well, that's just like you might as well just held your quick move, right? So for those type of moves, you counter hit them. And then once you finally get them scared to do anything, you mix their ass up. The game can be that simple. All the extra stuff is just them scenarios running more rapidly in pace. But in actuality, that's really all it's coming down to, is them 3 scenarios over and over again. What those scenarios look like are different, right? For different characters. His mix-up game looks a whole lot different than Brian's mix-up game, right? What he's gonna do and what he's gonna mix you up with is gonna be way different from Brian running in your face. Brian is probably not running in your face going for a full crouch mix-up, you know, unless he in Heat or whatever the shit called, Brian mode, you know, Snake Eyes, yeah. That's not what he's gonna primarily mix you up with. But when you're inactive, he's going for mix-ups. He's taking frame advantage if you're inactive. So I need to make sure that that's clear as well. Inactivity is also punished by frame traps or frame advantage. So if you're not gonna press nothing, I can either go for my mix-up raw, or I can put you behind frame advantage and mix you up. Now, I'm gonna show you some stuff in this game that I think is actually cheap. Sims, I hope you're still in here, because you should know. You already know what I'm about to show them. This is the kind of junk that's actually cheap. But even then, it still follows the same premise, right? It still follows kind of the same premise. It just don't feel good. But I don't even call it, I shouldn't even call it cheap. I'm not gonna call it cheap. I'm gonna call it the things about Tekken 8 that I can see what people dislike. You know, why people dislike the game. Right? They don't really care.
Get ready for the next battle.
So the same premise is here, right? This move right here. I'm sure if y'all played an Eddie player, then you know this is an annoying ass attack to get hit by. Reason it's annoying is because this right here, this little mix up here. We're gonna this is +6, right? That jump is a 15 frame move. Yeah, that's right. You right, Eddie. You know what's going on, Sid. You know he's about to pop up. Okay, so a move like this, +6, and now I gotta eat this 50-50 because I can't do nothing to this right here unless I have like a up forward armor attack. I can get out of the up forward armor attack. But that's about it. Right? But armor is gonna get beat by this. And I can't low jab this move. I can't do nothing with this. Except for maybe I can jump over it. I might be able to hot kick it. Maybe. I don't even know if you can hot kick it. +6. 16 frames. You might probably hot kick it. But this right here is like a true 50-50. Right? Now it's an annoying situation, but it still follows our scenario. This move is 22 frames, 21, 22 frames. So in order for somebody to be hitting you with this move in the area where it actually becomes a problem, because if they hit you here, let me show you. Okay. So here, this is a problem, right? What the hell happened? How did he block that? How the fuck did he block that? Yo, what the fuck going on? Okay, let me redo this. Punish. Why the fuck is he blocking that? Oh, I know why, because it put you in crouch. So really, they do it. Alright, so when you do this jump up close, right? That's a problem, right? That's a real problem. Because now I got to eat the real mix up. They can't do nothing about it. But if he does it back here, is this fool not backdashing? Let's put it on backdash. Alright, you saw that? You see, when he does it up close, you can't backdash, right? There's a reason I'm telling you all this, right? When you do it from here, you see what happens. It doesn't give you. See how he holds his ankle? You could block that second part, but I just don't have it set to block for whatever reason. It's a little wonky on how you set that up. But basically, the reason he would ever have to do it this far out is because it's such a slow move that if he does this jump as close as he can get to be able to really make it a real 50-50, then he runs the risk of what we were talking about earlier, which is now you can start counter hitting him because he's doing a delayed timing attack. So now you can start doing your down forward ones. You know, you could do a hop kick. You could do like an interrupting move that's going to give you the best bang for your buck. Even if it's just a little quick keep out. If you got like a quick down forward 4. And then what that's going to create the situation for the character to do is he's going to have to stop. He's either going to have to crank his move up from way back here and try to catch you and counter hit you, right? Or he's going to not counter hit you and he's going to miss his mix up, right? He's going to get it going like this, looking for the counter hit. He's going to be too far away and you're going to backdash. But your same scenario is still happening again and again. Because in this situation, right, he could do that. Like, oh, well, if you're going to backdash, I'm going to dash forward. Right? Now he's closing the gap. You tried to do inactivity, he stayed up on your ass, and now you got to eat a 50-50, right? Because you were being, quote unquote, inactive. You were doing something active. You were having an active defense, which was backdashing. But he's punishing you for having that active defense by dashing in your face, and now you got to eat this 50-50. So it's the same principle over and over again. It's just, it looks different, and it looks stressful when you don't really know what's happening and why it's happening. It starts to look like, oh, it makes the jump is extra cheap. But at the same time, what if I was to do this? What if my response is this? You see what happened? Oh, he tried to use a delayed timing, right? He tried to dash forward and make his move, his attack. He delayed his attack so that he could actually hit me with the 50-50. Well, now we're not even gonna go with that. Let me show you how detrimental it could be for him. Not even got fully launched because he wanted to try to run up on him, right? So the mind game remains the same. you're using your movement to punish. You're using your movement to punish the attempt to try to use an immediate button, right? So I'm gonna backdash and I'm gonna beat all the options if he tries to press an immediate button, if he does it way back here, right? If he tries to make his mix-up be delayed, I'm gonna kill him by doing a counter hit. And if he does something like this and goes for the stand-up, right, because he wants to try to bait out my counter hit, or he wants to bait out, he doesn't want to punish my backdash, right? He says, you know what, I don't want to make the guess between this fool doing this launcher or backdashing. Then that's when you come in here with this. So now we got a mix-up on it, right? If he duck, he gonna get hit, right? Did I not record that? Okay. If he stand up to try to block the bull jive, now he in a 50-50, right? So now what we've managed to do is take his +6 situation, flip it on his head, and made it our situation. Because we played the game that is in front of us. If he's going to delay his timing, we're counter hitting him. If he's going to try to play the immediate buttons, we're moving back, getting out the way of the move. And if he tries to play defense, we mixing him up. Now look at how that chain of events goes. The chain of events starts here, right? It starts here from, let's say, neutral. If I think he's gonna try to run in and do this shit, delayed timing move, I can just start my match off with down forward one, or I could start the interaction off with a down forward one. Or if I really know he's gonna come in, I could do Sonic Fang, or I could do backboard punches, you know, something that's a quick enough mid to beat a 20 frame move, or 21 frame move. That now creates a new situation where when he gets right here, he's making a decision. I'm either gonna go for this long range, slow move, you know, even if he tries to mix you up with this, right? This is 22, 23 frames. So this is, your same move is gonna beat both of these interactions. Yo, what's going on with you, big dog? What's going on with your blessings of light? Good to see you in here again. If he's gonna use this and this as a mix-up, well, then I'm gonna use, I probably should get this differently. Okay, that's what I can do here. So to kind of demonstrate to you what this kind of looks like. Actually, I'm gonna put myself at disadvantage so you can see how it really works. Right. Do you gotta... Okay, yeah, that's good. We're gonna make him block. Right. And then we're gonna do down forward one into down forward one. We're gonna do down forward one into like Sonic Fang, so you can really see how this shit works. I didn't even fucking record it. Alright, let's just do down forward one to down forward one. Alright. Into movement option. And we're gonna do why I ain't a world-class player no more. Said, do I like music? I think she's gonna be interesting. I want to see what that wall jump mechanic thing is supposed to be like. I didn't record the jump. Every time I do record it, I record it wrong. God There we go. All right, so we don't know what's going to happen, what it's going to choose to do, but we got these situations on deck. Okay, I tried to go in with my forward. Okay, my forward 3 beat his movement option, right? It just so happened that my forward 3 got beat by that because it jumped, right? But if it wasn't for that, my forward 3, they actually would be like on the exact same. No, forward 3 would actually beat that if it wasn't a jump. Oh no, you good, blessings, you good. It's cool. We have a conversation around here. Listen, all I do is teach. So this is why people even ever come to my stream, so they can steal tech and use it on me. But that's cool. I'll mind that. I'm gonna teach you. So every time I try to go in, it just so happens that his jump is a jumping move, right? His frame spin is jumping. But you see what happens when I'm trying to punish his immediate timing, because he's doing a delayed attack. I'm getting counter hit by the delayed. I'm getting counter hit by the delayed attack. I'm sorry, I'm getting counter hit by the fast attack, trying to hit him with a delayed attack. So let's kind of do it one time at a time, so you can kind of really get an idea of what I mean. If he's going to try to do his delayed timing mix-up, right? Say that's going to be his mix-up and that's going to be his mix-up. Delayed timing. All right. That's going to beat that. That's going to beat that. All right. Now let's say, okay, he wants to do some immediate timing thing because he sees that I'm doing down forward 1 into a down forward 1. He knows I don't have the frames to do that. So then let's see what happens if he tries to do something retaliatory. Okay. So he tries to go for this in retaliation. That is. Alright, so then he could actually use that in the situation, right? But the down forward 1, not going to be able to work. Try to use these moves like this. Now he's going to have to do one or two things, right? He's going to have to start committing to stuff. Like in order to hit me, he's going to have to commit to moves like that might hit me. But if I'm blocking, that ain't hitting me. Doing stuff like that, like committing to strings that could get him killed, right? Because I could jab him out of the second part of that move. Another move, or like he'll have to do something like that, where it's like, okay, and only way for this to really be useful. And if I'm doing this correctly, we're gonna do quick step, right? We're gonna block that anyway. So his linear attack's gonna get stuck. He gonna have to commit to. You see what I'm saying? So now we've created a situation where this character, and this could be any character, we're just using Eddie at this moment, where he's gonna have to do something to catch up with us. His punishment for our movement is gonna be this mix-up, right? It's slow, but it's beating our movement. It's beating at least one of our movement options, right? But let's say he don't want to do that. That goes back to this. That goes back to this situation where we just started doing that. So when he went to go try to counter hit us, he's doing that right there. Right? Also, I want you to think about this as well. When you're in the negatives, you're automatically in delayed timing. So that's why counter hits happen so prevalently, right? Because you're already Like your moves that might be 13 frames, when you're -4, it's a 17 frame move. But what do we consider a 17 frame move? 17 frame move is delayed timing, right? You know, by the definition that we have for delayed timing, that's delayed timing just because it's coming out. You're pressing the button. You're literally executing the move slower than their ability to do things to you, right? Like it's going to come out slower than what would be a neutral situation. So you're automatically on delayed timing. So now any button you press in those situations, you're basically prone to getting counter hit simply because you're pressing your buttons late, right? That's the way I kind of look at it, so it can help me make sense, so that the rock paper scissors stays consistent throughout the gameplay, right? So when we get to a situation where like, okay, he don't want to do forward forward 3, he don't want to do up forward 4, right? He don't want to do linear attacks that might be faster because we're stepping them, and he don't want to do high committal moves because we might punish him and we're not putting himself at risk too much. Now he's going to try to back up, right? He's going to say, okay, well, I'm gonna just make him whiff, and if he tries to do something like 2 down forward 1, right, let's look at that. So let's say now look, that's just one backdash, right? That ain't, I didn't have the Korean backdash. I didn't have to do nothing special. I just had the backdash. Right? Now, because I know that if he does 2 of these down forward 1s to try to stop me from coming in, I can backdash with punish him, right? I'm going to be willing to give up a turn. Even though it's my turn, I'm going to be willing to give up a turn because what I'm going to get in return is going to be highly beneficial. Well, if I'm a player who can read that and say, oh, I did 1 down forward 1 and I looked at how he reacted and I saw him backdash, I wonder if he's going to continue to do that. He seems to like to backdash when I do this move. He's probably looking for something. Well, I'm going to punish him for being inactive by doing this. Now, if let's say if he just does that jump off of like a timing, right? If he just says, you know, I already know I got to backdash and immediately do down forward 3. Look what's going to happen to him. He's going to get hit by the jump in. Because there's not enough frames for him to do a full backdash and then do this move. Like, there's not enough frames for him to do a backdash that's big enough to get away from down forward 1, down forward 1, and do a launcher. He don't have the frames to do that. So now I'm punishing his inactivity. Or his inactivity turned into a counter hit because he did a delayed timing. So you see how the game is just interweaving these situations all together. Like, this is not stuff you necessarily even have to think about. This is just the system of the game. This is how Tekken has always been. The only thing to me that's different on this game is when you actually go into heat, like, it make the character stronger for a short period of time, right? Not to downplay, some of them get very strong, but like I said, that's just a reward for being correct, because all of the ways that you have to get into heat have to be correct guesses, right? Unless it's like a string that got a hole in it, but even then they had to be correct in knowing that you were going to finish this string. Like, everything is still going to be a guess, and then their reward is just going to be a God mode. Even if you get up and crank on heat, right? If you get up, okay, I'm gonna say this might be the only situation. I don't know, actually, even if you get up and do something like this. All right, I guessed right, and I did the right mix-up. So now I'm in God mode. That's one way to get into it, right? The other way to get into it, obviously, is doing this. But if I do that and I cancel, they can whip punish the holy shit out of me. Right? Like, you could literally, I don't know if y'all know this, but you can see somebody do this jump, and you could do your super, and that jump is just gonna hit them. And there ain't nothing they're gonna be able to do about it. They ain't gonna be able to block it. They're just gonna get hit. Yo, what's going on with your trig? What's happening with your player? So if they cancel it, they finna get launched. They finna get supered, right? Because this right here, it don't tell you how negative it is. I really don't even know what's going on with you, Jumanji. I really don't know how negative you are for just doing this jump. I guess it ain't really like a negative, because it don't even say punish when you hit them. But this is just like a state. When you cancel this jump, you just can't do nothing for a long time. So in doing so, this is risky, right? Cutting this jump on in my face and not finishing it is risky. Like, you could lose the match for doing this jump. You could also lose the match for doing this. And then I sidestep you. And you didn't do it in a situation where it was guaranteed. And you lost half your bar. Right? Oh, that's unfortunate, Jamash. That's unfortunate. I know how much the game meant to you, but you know, that happens in life. You know, we got other things that we gotta take care of from time to time. And to make sure that, you know, we living our life right. Like me. I had to come out of town. I ain't been home in 2 years, sitting in front of my setup talking with y'all boys. But back to what I was saying, everything is a risk. And I mean like life or death risk. Small things are life or death risk to try to get into this heat. The only way you're getting in the heat is you made a correct guess. Whether you interrupted somebody's string correctly, whether you interrupted pressure correctly, whether, you know, you put somebody on the ground with Oki and then you was able to get this for free because they can't get up and hit you. Like, you had to have done something to put yourself in a position to even be able to go in the heat in the first place. You had to make some correct guesses. So to me, going into that God mode is just a reward, right? It's a low reward. Oh, you got a girlfriend. Okay, well look, that's a good distraction to have, big dog. That's a good distraction to have. Make sure that you do right by her. Make sure she do right by you. She ain't getting you for your money. You don't be trying to goddamn put babies in until you put some kid and put a ring on her, right? Or y'all make some decisions that y'all can be together. But anyway, besides that, what we kind of want to really understand about this is, like, I know the game seems overwhelming, but it's really not super complex. It's not. I can see why you might feel overwhelming, because like, if you don't know how to get out of certain stuff, then it can be overwhelming. But if you look at things in the perspective, at least the way I look at it, is kind of like, you know what? This fool did this junk in my face. I wasn't prepared for him to do it. So I wasn't thinking he was going to do that jump. So he earned his, yeah, I'm gonna try to get a few more popping. You know, I'll be working every single day. I'm only off on Sundays, so I'll be trying to get it in. It's gonna be limited streaming because I'm doing it off the laptop. This ain't my setup that I got at home, so y'all ain't getting all the fixings like the replay and the soundboard and shit. But you know, y'all gonna have to just deal with what I got right now. But you know, when I look at something like, oh, he went in the heat. This motherfucker risked his life to cut on this heat activation for half his bar, and I just didn't believe he would do that jump. And so because I didn't believe it, this is basically this is gonna sound crazy, he now got to go into a stance off the frame advantage move. That's kind of how I look at this jump. Now the stance might be cheap as hell, and the stance lasts a long ass time in comparison. It's a moving stance, right? You know how you can move around an AOP? we'll call it a moving stance. Now he got Medinga and all whatever the hell you call these damn handstand moves. You know, now he's got these new power-ups that he acquired, but he can only acquire this stuff because he made the right choice. I don't know if the only person I can think of, not even every character, they have to make the right choice to even get into these installs, right? Now, that also means I had to make a whole bunch of wrong choices. Maybe they didn't make a whole bunch of right choices. Maybe I made a whole bunch of bad choices. Like maybe, but no, there really ain't no way to look at it other than that. They made right choices and they get rewarded. Because if you were making the right choice, they would be dead. Anything that they're doing in this game. You say you fell in love with Tekken. Listen, I'm trying to explain to people, this junk is not as crazy as y'all think it is. It's just, in my opinion, I think the community made a judgment about this game before really looking at it for what it's designed to be. Right? Now, this is not no Tekken 7. This ain't Tekken 5. And you know, I done played enough Tekkens to know, like, the first introduction to a whole bunch of new shit on the game, you're not gonna like that junk. I played Tekken 5, I went to Tekken 6, hated that junk. I couldn't even, the bound system, hated that junk, okay? I hated bound system. Mainly because King couldn't really use that junk, but I hated that. I hated the rage system. I was like, this is so stupid. You do a low move, the junk taking 45 damage. Like, I hated that junk, right? But they tuned it up. You know, I played Tekken. I got used to it. Start finding things, ways around certain stuff, right? Hey, don't ever put their ass in rage. You do a combo, let it drop before they die, and then hit them with one move and kill them. Right? They never go into rage. What's going on with you, excited beast? Well, I ain't heard from you in a minute. What's going on with you? What's going on? When it came to, like, you really couldn't do nothing about the bounce system. That shit was just retarded. You know, Tekken 7 came out. You know, Tekken 7, people love that junk, but got super moves, armor attacks, like all these 50-50 strings that you can't move around. Everything starting a damn combo. Like Tekken 7, I don't think people realize how bad that junk is. Like, you was getting comboed for everything on Tekken 7. You press a button in the middle of a string, combo, whole string guaranteed. You run into the move, combo, 11 frames, that's kind of always been. But then you also couldn't really move to the side. The stuff was tracking you everywhere. You know, you could step things, you could get around things, but it still was kind of like, man, if I get hit by something, all the jump gonna knock me on the ground or the jump gonna start a combo. So it's kind of like, you know, with this Tekken, it's kind of the same thing. It's like they took out all that junk where everything launches you. A lot of stuff knock you down, but mostly stuff puts you in frame disadvantage. And it's a lot of DPM, a lot of decisions per minute that you're gonna have to make over and over again. And that do feel oppressive. And sometimes it is like a straight up 50-50, but there aren't too many times where it's a straight up 50-50. There aren't too many times where that's the real deal. Oh yeah, I'm doing well. I just be trying to give people a different perspective on it, because it don't have to be a game you like, right? It's kind of like Third Strike. I always make this comparison. If I played Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter Alpha, right? And I go play Third Strike. And at the core of Street Fighter, the gameplay is around putting you in situations where you're disadvantaged and taking advantage of situations where maybe I can checkmate you because you can't block, because chip damage exists, right? And then I played Third Strike and I can't do that no more because you can parry. Well, that don't mean you ain't playing Street Fighter no more. That just means what they did to Street Fighter is different. The way you have to play that particular Street Fighter is different than the way you play Street Fighter 2, which is different than the way you play Alpha, right? And if they all played the same, you would feel it was stale, and you would be complaining on the other end about how the game ain't no different, right? In fact, I remember people complaining at the beginning of Tekken 8 about it just being Tekken 7.5, right, with longer combos. But obviously people didn't really understand the mechanics back then. But you know, people gonna complain one way or the other, actually. You know, and this is just that everybody, like in general, my thoughts on it are, you know, you're really not gonna be able to satisfy everybody. I think the testament to how the game is still fundamentally the same is the names that you see all the time, right? The people that you kind of see at the top, they probably were already top players that you didn't know about, who probably couldn't travel, like, but they had the skill already, and they just translated it over, you know, or they're just somebody who has a fundamental grasp of the mechanics of this particular type of Tekken. And those people might not be able to go to another Tekken and play because the mechanics that this game offers, you know, another game may not offer, right? He says this Tekken is so scrubby, it's advantage mesh fighter and guess over and over plus rank. But see, Excited Beast, that's what this stream is about, right? People are saying that, but you have to be correct with your guesses. So I don't know when you came in, Excited Beast. Well, let me recap. I wish I had my PDX up here so I could type on the side so y'all would know what the rules of this game are. But basically, this is the rules of fighting games, really, but Tekken especially. You use movement for immediate timing. That means fast attacks. That means I press my button immediately after you do some junk. I want to do my junk. You know, we're gonna call it like typical law player, right? You do a move, they trying to 1-2-3 you, down 2-3 you, down 4-1. Like they trying to press the offense. And when it's their turn, they ain't never trying to give up their turn. Well, if I'm playing somebody like that, rather than trying to fight this person and try to jab them out, I'm gonna use my movement, because this motherfucker is just pressing all the buttons on the controller. Why would I try to guess what buttons you're pressing when I could use a movement technique that will only allow you to hit me with one or two versions? I mean, one or two moves that are very particular, that are very precise, that you have to use, right? If you're going to be using an immediate time. Right? I'm going to limit, you got 10,000 moves, I'm limiting you to using 2 moves. And if you don't use these 2 moves, you will lose the match, right? Now, if I know that's the scenario, in fact, I could just show it to you. That's part of my little book I got that I just showed y'all, right? If I got a character and I know you can't do nothing but 2 moves, or like you can only do risky moves, like this right here. Let's say I got, you know, I'm gonna just do team so you can see what's happening. I play this law player, and every time I do a move, he want to do a move back.
Get ready for the next battle.
He's had too many things to be thinking about. All right, so let's look at this. Oh no, we gotta do it the other way. Now we don't have no idea what this fool's gonna do. We just gonna start doing the moves that we know these motherfuckers like to do, right? They wanna do that down 4-1 immediately. They ain't trying to do nothing else but that down 4-1. They wanna do that 1-2-1 bull job. What's that doing? Okay, it is. That's what it is. I think that's hit confirmable, so we'll just do the first 2. Right. They might want to mix this up with this, right? They might want to be a little wild. that, right? They might think we're gonna run in, so they do that. They might feel a little frisky, think we're gonna duck them, and do that. They might want to mix us up because they think we're gonna stand there. Right? And it's another move that law players like to do. They might want to get some frame advantage. All right. Okay. All right. So let me show you some stuff, because this looked like law, but this is pretty indicative of how the whole game works. You know, as I went through and then done, at least to the characters that I got to so far. I think I done got halfway through the cast. Because y'all don't know, I'm trying to design a strategy guide that y'all can either subscribe to online, or I could publish online, you could buy it online, or we might put it on the website, and then you can get a membership to the website and just have access to it, and as it updates, the seasons and stuff changes, I can update if things actually change. That's what my goal is. So that's kind of what that book is I've been working on, and some of the stuff I've been working on in the background. This is also what has given me a different perspective on this game than I think most people have, right? So let's look at this, right? I do this, and I play this law player, and what's going on, Sheila? And I realize, like, oh, this fool might just do anything to me, right? So what if I do this movement technique? Now almost all the moves that he want to use, almost everything he want to use is going to be useless. And it's either useless or punishable. Let me throw some parries in there so I can really punish him. Now this is going to force him to have to start doing things he don't want to do. He's going to have to start doing things like this. From G and O, what's G and O? Alright, you have to do stuff like this. You have to start doing stuff like this. Stuff like this. For it to really be beneficial. Alright. Oh, okay, that's what's up. Alright, so if he's gonna start doing stuff like this to stop us from doing these mix-ups, I mean this movement technique. So he caught us with that, right? We killed him for trying to do down forward. He hit us with that. So now let's look at the moves that he could actually hit us with, right? The stuff that he can hit us with immediately and not have to like change his timing. Well, we can get hit by this, right? We can get hit by that. We get hit by all of this stuff, right? But what's the downfall of this stuff? All right, that's 14 frames. No, I'm sorry. That's 23 frames. And it's minus 11. Maybe it's not negative when he stands. When you don't turn around. So let me do the one where you turn around. Okay. Oh, it's minus 12. All right. So let's say I do this, and I do a different type of movement testing. Right? That's unsafe. That's unsafe. 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 Oh, that second part is high. He did. Unsafe. I guess the jump you can't punch too far away. But that move being 20-something frames, I got like a 13 frame counter hitting move. Even though I'm negative in frames, he getting clapped up. Punish him. Punish him. Now the reason that junk is not such a problem. See, Jumanji's making a point in the chat. He says where it gets stupid is having to memorize nunchucks and heat is different. And I get that. But when I think of heat, like I said earlier, for me, heat is your reward for guessing right earlier in the match. Like, so now you have like this window of opportunity to try to get your shit off because you guessed right already, right? And rather than giving you a combo, they gave you an opportunity to mix me up. And to me, it's like you're not really having to deal with a high. I don't look at it as a high mental stack. The reason that it's not a high mental stack is because I'm limiting you to only really 3 guesses at all times. It's only 3 guesses. You're either gonna swing right now, and I'm gonna use movement if it's possible. You know, if I'm not locked behind a frame trap. And even then, in certain frame traps, you can still use movement, and you'd be surprised what you would be able to force them into doing, which is going to be one of my videos. So I ain't going to put that out here just yet. But like I was saying, like these situations, you really are forcing them to do what you want them to do, as opposed to the other way around. It's not like they are getting to, you're saying, you mean the game overall, not scenarios. The game, well, that's what I mean. I don't even think the game is, not once you know everything, right? And so this is Tekken. And I think a lot of people, not particularly maybe you per se, Jumanji, but I think what a lot of people are forgetting is that this is a new game, right? This ain't Tekken 7. So you have to relearn the game that's in front of you. Like me, I don't know half these characters. Like what they do, even going through this strategy guide, like I know their moves and what I can avoid, right? And what certain stuff is weak to. But I don't know like all the frame traps. I don't know all the gay ass get up situations that could be happening. But especially in this game, unlike any other game, none of that should really be a problem because you got the replay system where you don't even have to recreate the situation. You could literally go back to the situation and figure out how to answer the problem. Like this game got so many resources. This is the easiest Tekken to learn anything in. And it's the easiest Tekken to defend in. Now that is going to be controversial. But y'all will understand that when I come out with these videos, right? Tekken 7 might be the easiest Tekken to defend in because it still kind of had this stuff too. So maybe Tekken 7 was the easiest Tekken to defend in. But this Tekken defense is still strong as hell. But you got to know how the defensive system works. You got to understand, like, certain movement is used for certain things. Certain movement don't cover all the options. It's only going to cover certain options, right? Like quick sidestep covers certain things and avoids certain things. Full sidestep avoids certain things, is vulnerable to certain things, and covers certain things. Then full sidestep avoids certain things, is vulnerable to this, and this, but will completely beat this other thing. And then side walking is used for a whole nother purpose, right? There's like 4 levels of lateral movement, and people only think about sidestepping. A lot of times it's just one thing, right? You know what I'm saying? Because if you got 4 levels of sidestepping, that's 4 levels of sidestepping in one direction. Then you got 4 levels of sidestepping in the other direction. Then you have the cheating aspect of backdashing that they added in Tekken 7, which I guess they wanted to make the game easier. So since Tekken 7, y'all, if you just start playing Tekken in Tekken 7, y'all might not even know this, but the backdashing system is cheap as a bug on Tekken 7 in comparison to Tekkens before that, right? Tekkens before, backdashing was, you had to be skilled at what you were doing, or you was gonna get your ass clapped up. Backdashing in these games requires no skill. And when I get to them videos, because I don't want to crack the egg open just yet, maybe I'll talk about it on another stream, but when it comes to backdashing in this game, that junk is super strong. Like, the defense on this game is way easier than people think it is. It's just the idea of what they punish is different. And I say this over and over again. I go on like these podcasts, and I go on these and have these discussion boards with people. I'm trying to explain to them, like, listen, the only real thing that changed, and it really didn't change, but it just made it more apparent, is that when you are inactive, like you backdash and you don't press no buttons, or you sidestep and don't press no buttons, the reward for the person guessing correctly about your movement options is that they get to force 50-50s. And the 50-50s are strong because the defense is strong, right? Just like what we're talking about with this right here, right? As much as I hate this shit, and Sims know I hate this junk, we're gonna go back to this just to emphasize the point. Right? As much as I hate this scenario right here,
get ready for the next battle.
As much as I hate it, as much as I hate this move right here, this right here, as much as I hate this fucking move, oh, I need to take it off. I'm like, why was it doing that? I hate this scenario, right? I hate this jump with a passion. The reason I hate it is because, like, you don't even need to do none of this other stuff. You can only do this, or do that right there. There's no need to do nothing else out of this thing, right? Because it covers too many options. Actually, that mix-up covers almost all the options. You know? Now, this does get him killed. So if you guess correctly, you do get to kill his ass. And, you know, if you guess correctly on that, you could interrupt it, or you could block it and punish it. So they have their downside. It has its downsides, right? You know, it has its downside, but it is kind of like a scenario that I don't particularly like. But when I sit down and really think about it, right? The move is -14, right? If you do it at a range, there's not even a mix-up no more. So he got to do this jump in my damn face. So he got to do a fucking 20 frame move in my face to make sure that it is a real genuine mix-up. That means I was inactive for way too long. That means I didn't throw it down for a 2 out. That means I didn't throw a 4 out. Like, think about, this is 20 frames. Look at what moves I could be doing to stop you from this situation. Even at a -1 situation. Even at -1. I could do that. That jump is 18. That's gonna be a 19 frame move. 20, possibly 20 frame move. And it's still gonna beat that move out. Right? I could do this. Oh no, I can't do that. That's true. Let me see what's another slow ass attack. That ain't too slow. Oh, okay, check this out. Damn it. Now watch this. The best he could hope to do in that situation is trade. That's the best he could hope to do, and I won that trade. That's me being -1. So when I look at it like that, I mean, that really put that into perspective, right? Because at that point, like, if I can do 4-4-1 and trade with you, like, that's a pretty slow move. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing a forward move to beat your junk out or to trade with you. I know 4-4-1 seems, I mean, it's a good move, but it ain't the fastest move in the world. So think about all of these moves I could have did to stop you. I could have did this, I could have did this, I could have did, well, I couldn't have done that. I could have did this, I could have done 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 this. Like, I could have did almost all my move list. I could have did almost my entire move list to stop you from doing this move. And instead, I didn't do nothing. I went like this. And you ran up on my ass and hit me with the low move. And now I'm eating a 50-50. Now, in most people's mind, that feels like the junk is cheap, right? But in actuality, that's most definitely Jumanji. In a lot of people's mind, it's like, man, that junk is oppressive. He get to just do that, or he can mix it up with that jumping kick, and I gotta eat the mix up, man. And the jumping kick is a homing move, and it's safe. And it's like, yeah, that's true, but the jumping move is 23 frames. Bro, you could have did this right here and tore that homing move up, right? You might even trade. Let me see, that jump might even trade with this. No, it ain't gonna trade. It'll beat me out, actually. Let me see. No, shit. If I do a frame perfect, then the 4-4-3 should beat me out. But then we're talking about frame perfect stuff. Yo, what's going on with your Jody? What's happening with your player? Yeah, they gave him some low moves and now people complaining about it. But then the Armor King had these low moves already. Nobody complaining about it. Don't make no damn sense. Anyway, all right, so let's check that out. Like, he got to look. I want you to see what this situation is, bro. He got to do this jump frame perfect in order to beat me out. If he even wait a little bit, we trade you, or he just getting beat. Now what if he do some other jump? Getting killed, getting beat up, can block, but he ain't getting nothing. Got kicked in the mouth. So now he got to start doing shit right now. Yeah, people gonna find out. But that's what I mean. You know, it's like there's so many drawbacks to a game like this that people aren't taking into consideration that they're really making a whole bunch of bad decisions before they get put in a bad situation. Right? Every time I didn't press a button when I thought you was gonna come in and do this, I earned the right to have to deal with it. Every time I didn't check, throw something out there to stop you from doing this, I earned the right for me to have to deal with that 50-50, right? You know, because really when it comes down to it, it's like, well, man, what kind of game do you want? You want a game where it's actually more basic and less interactive? Where it's like, okay, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna backdash, and then you can't do nothing but run all the way in my face. Which is still the same game, really. It's really the same game. It's just they changed it to where the decisions per minute, they're more impactful because the rewards are more impactful, right? It used to be this right here would knock you down, it would knock you far away, and then he got to run over there in your face and try to do a manual mix-up, and you know, you just got to deal with it, right? You might roll back, you might just get up for free because he knocked you so far away he don't get nothing. But in this game they say, okay, listen, if you can guess that this person is gonna let you get away with not pressing nothing for 23 frames, and they're gonna try to sidestep, or they're gonna try to duck, you get the 50-50. But you don't even get a good 50-50, right? Because if I do that from here, you remember what we said about that for far distance, right? That ain't gonna trip from far distances if you backdash. He said, but it's not, though. Getting in and using movement properly felt like chess and methodical. This feels oof. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's the case, because movement is strong on this game. Maybe backdashing is not strong as it used to be, but movement is strong on this game. I didn't even play Tekken Season 1 when Eddie came out. I stopped playing because I had to work. I came back in Season 2 and I liked the game way more in Season 2 than I liked it in Season 1. They buffed the ability for you to step in the, you know how big of a deal that junk is? People just blow through that like that ain't even no kind of defensive improvement, right? Oh, who that is? Who that is? Uzi Kane, welcome to the realm of the real. Only the real kid. Chill. I say, who that? People act like this is not a big deal. Being able to go in a crouch and sidestep out of crouch. Man, listen, let me tell you something. That's a huge deal. The fact you can't do this in no other Tekken. It took them all the way to Tekken 8 to let you do some shit like that. That is a tremendous improvement. That opened up the game an amazing amount. Oh, we got somebody who invite you to a party. I'm telling them streaming right there. Maybe they'll come to the stream. What's going on, big dog? What's going on?
That guy's like a legend.
What's happening? You said you see me what? Yeah, I'm streaming right now. I'm still streaming.
Oh, you still streaming?
Yeah, I'm still streaming.
Stream these right now?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. Y'all can come over there and join on Twitch or go on YouTube. TKN House on YouTube, and it's Mike_ATL on Twitch. Alright, but I'm about to jump out the party because it's reverbing into the mic.
Nice.
Alright, bet.
Alright, peace. How do I get out of here? Party. Okay. Alright, cool. Those are some of the guys I be training from time to time. Nah, Jody, that junk, you would know, you would rather fight King. I promise you, you would rather fight King. Unless you can't break throws. If you can't break throws, then King is a whole problem out of nowhere. He a real deal. Yeah, tell him, Jumanji, you can duck that junk on reaction. And you could just jab the motherfuckers out of the run. Like, that junk is not even nowhere near as good as people think it is. Especially offline. Online, you might can get away with it. Offline, the only way you could use Jaguar RKO is in Oki situations, where they have to truly guess on wake up, get up, stand up, or not stay. But you know, that's neither here or there. I'm gonna have a King breakdown day one day, show y'all how y'all can beat this junk. In fact, I'm gonna give y'all a little insight on what this channel is gonna end up being if you're over here on the YouTube channel. The plan with the YouTube channel is gonna be, I'm gonna come out with these next 2 videos called Cracking the Code, basically where I'm gonna explain kind of what I'm explaining now, but I'm gonna give y'all the real meat of it, like stuff you can write down and really apply to your game plan, to your gameplay, like instantly. Like you can just go instantly learn, you'll learn it and instantly implement it. Then I'm gonna have like character specific stuff where basically, you know, I'm trying to make this strategy guide, and I'm gonna basically have like a visual version of this strategy guide I'm gonna be putting out as well. That's gonna be, you know, over long term, so y'all can get y'all people like they 3 videos a day or some junk. You know, I might give y'all 2 videos a day if I can get somebody to edit this junk, because I work every day, so I ain't got time to do it. But nonetheless, that's where I'm trying to go with this channel. I want to give people the information that I have about the game that's going to make them look at the game differently. You might still not like the game, right? It ain't going to really make you like the game, because if you don't like to make a whole bunch of DPM decisions, you know, if you don't like high DPM situations, then you might just not like the game, right? Like me, I like looking at Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and 2, but I don't like playing Marvel vs. Capcom where these motherfuckers at any time I could just lose my life because I ain't pressed down back in the right area or up back in the right. Like, I don't particularly like that type of game, but I like looking at it. That don't mean it's a bad game. It's just not the type of game I like to play, you know. And for some people, maybe they don't like a Tekken where, you know, they get put in frame advantage, you know, where it's so apparent that you get to put me in frame advantage for not doing nothing, right? Like this right here on Eddie. This is, you didn't have to deal with this jump like you have to deal with it on this game. It's not that he didn't have it. I don't know if he even had this move, but it's not like he didn't have a frame advantage move. But this, now you're eating them 50-50. The difference in this and the other game is that it just tells you what the 50-50 is. You know what I'm saying? If you do this, now it's just telling me what the 50-50 is. It's making it more apparent. It's like, oh, okay. Now you know what's going on, right? Now you don't have to guess what's the deal. Like, is he gonna do this and then go into full crouch? And so for that simplification aspect, I can see how some people might be like, well, man, I don't like to have to deal with these kind of 50-50s, but you was already dealing with a 50-50, right? The reward just is different, right? Instead of this being a move that put him in crouch and then you gotta deal with this, or deal with this, or deal with this, or deal with, you got the other, you don't got the other too, I guess. Like, instead of having to deal with this mix-up and this mix-up, you got to deal with this mix-up and this mix-up. But would it really matter? It really wouldn't matter. The only thing that might be a difference in why I don't like this particular, the one reason I had this particular issue with this is because it's really 50-50. Most stuff in this game isn't like this, where it's really 50-50. Most stuff in this game is low jab, power crush. What's it, power crush? Yeah. The mix-up is low jab, power crush, duck, or side step. That's kind of what most scenarios are in this game. This is only duck or stand. So something like this, I feel like they need to change. Yo, what's going on with your Jeebus? What's happening with your player? We need to get some games in. You know I ain't playing with you in a minute. And so because that's how this Tekken works, it's like there's very few situations that are like this, right? Where you just gotta guess stand or lover or duck. Very few situations like that. Even with King, right? Let me show y'all this, because I'm tired of y'all goddamn complaining. So let me go ahead and give it to you. Give you the sauce on this. If I'm not getting hit by King, right? If he's not hitting me, there's only one scenario I can think of.
Battle.
Two scenarios I can think of where this run and jump is an actual problem. Right? An actual problem. If I do this, so you got that right there, right? But if I do anything besides that move, anything besides this, alright, that's gonna hit me, right? If I do anything besides that, I don't think you can step it. I can armor myself, right? This puts you in crouch, so King got a little special treatment there because it forces crouch. If I'm not mistaken, I think it forces crouch. Let me see. Oh no, it don't even force crouch. So yeah, you can just armor move like this. Oh no, it do force crouch. I'm tripping, I'm looking at the wrong side. Alright, so King can get out of that with armor, right? A lot of people ain't gonna be able to get out of that with armor. So they're gonna have to eat the fast mid. But if you block the fast mid, you block the fast mid. Alright, now you got this right here, which is the thing everybody complaining about. The junk is already reacting. Then I didn't react. I got so used to it. This is how the jump becomes a problem. Is if you're gonna let somebody do this jump to you all day. Like, but who's gonna let you do this all day? Right? Nobody's gonna let you do this jump all day. It's just not about to happen. Right? So then, if this is the case, and I can duck this jump on reaction, that's no longer a problem. And if I can duck it on reaction, I can never get hit by the first part, right? So then, in order for them to make it a mix-up, right? Because you can mix it up. If I like start delaying the timing of stuff, you know, that'll kind of fuck with your mental a little bit, right? But if I start doing that, let's do this. I start being like, oh, okay. too fast. All right, and I start doing stuff like that. All right. Now I'm gonna do every single thing. Well, I don't know how I'm recording. All right. Yes, I do think people are exaggerating how bad this game is because people ain't practicing shit. I got a homeboy. Everybody know my boy Blood Red, right? Shout out to Red. He be making some good content. You want to hear somebody rant about Tekken 8? Go on over to his channel and y'all have a good field day over there. He gonna rant about it. You know, old school player. Shout out to Red. Y'all might see me play him before if y'all didn't see me on some of these other streams. But this man complaining about the rage art. He said it need to be like armor moves that you could beat it out with a throw or beat it out with a low. I'm like, but it already is like an armor move. You could just beat it out with anything if you got the frames to stop him from doing it. So why do I need to make it low and throw vulnerable? Like it's a super move. But it's unlike a super move on Street Fighter. Well, I guess some stuff ain't invulnerable on Street Fighter, but like this is not like a level 3 on Street Fighter that is completely invincible and I can't stop it. Like there's still a degree of Tekken even in the rage art system, because if I frame trap you properly, you can't even do your rage art. You're just gonna get hit and die. But then if you know I'm gonna be frame tight, maybe you have an option to get away from frame tight. Maybe I can stop you from attacking, but I can't stop you from moving, right? But that's Tekken. That's what everybody loves about Tekken. There's optionality in every scenario, or in most scenarios, there's optionality, right? I just think a lot of people, even with a game that give you all the tools in the world to figure out anything you want, any scenario that you want to run into, like that practice mode has never been this good in Tekken ever in the history of Tekken. There's fighting games that ain't never had practice modes this good before. And then you got the replay system, which the best thing I ever seen in any fighting game. Maybe there are other games that had this before. I ain't never seen it in no other fighting game. But especially for a game like Tekken, that is an invaluable tool. Like that junk is, I got that junk the first time I played on it and I was like, this is cheating. This is literal cheating, brother. Well, let me not call it literal cheating, but this feels like cheating. Like I don't even have to figure out what the scenario is, how to do the scenario. I can literally go back to the match and figure out the outcome that was gonna make me win. And the next time you do this junk, I ain't really doing real deal research. To be in comparison to folks, right, who ain't never played older Tekkens. Do you know in Tekken DR what I used to have to do to practice? I used to have a whole, let me zoom in on y'all right here. We about to talk. Now y'all about to give me my talking bag, all right? Y'all fucked around and got me in my old man talking bag. Listen, y'all complaining about Tekken 8 when you got something where you could just go to the replay section, press play, not just look at it, but press play. Then on top of that, you can take control not of just your character, you can take control of their character. So you can figure out, all right, this motherfucker knocked me down, I got up backwards. What was the scenario? And look at the inputs. So I don't have to guess nothing. I don't have to guess anything. I look at the inputs that they put in. I can see exactly what frames they were pressing buttons, what directions they were pressing, how they was buffering, like everything, how they inputted everything. And then on my end, I can go on my side and be like, oh, you know what, man? I got up backwards. Was I supposed to tech roll? Oh, I can't tech roll to the left. Oh, but I can tech roll to the right, get up and launch them. Oh, okay, so I didn't know that. So next time this fool tried this junk that was killing me, he beat me the first to 10. He won all 10 matches by putting me in a scenario and killing me. I didn't know I could have tech rolled the other direction and drilled him. No other Tekken had that junk. If I wanted to do this junk in Tekken 5 DR, if I just wanted to know if some junk was jab punishable, I got to get a whole other person with a controller. Like there ain't no sneak practice. I got to go, or I got to play with my toes. All right, I got to get up there and I got to put my feet in the air and start. Oh damn, that junk like they gave me a cramp. I know I'm old. God dang. Man, I gotta stand up. Damn. I'm getting old out here. But the fact of the matter is, I used to have to get a whole nother person to figure out if something was jab punishable. This junk tell you the junk is punishable while you playing the game. While you're playing the game, it's telling you it's jab punishable. If you do it, if you punish it, it's telling you something's punishable. Then you go into the practice mode. It come with the frame data already. They made you pay for that shit in the last game, and they ain't even have it in none of the other games. So you got the frame data there already built into the game. Right? You got the punish counter or the punish display to let you know if something was punishable. Let you know if it was a counter hit in the middle of the match. Maybe I didn't know you was pressing buttons. Maybe you just got hit because you was moving. But now I'll know the difference. And you pay attention to all these little things. Like, as Tekken players, we ain't used to that kind of shit. Like paying attention to like the boards on the side, the words on the side. In the other games, they say that shit out loud. You play Guilty Gear, they're gonna be like, counter. He gonna let you know what's going on, all right? In this game, they showing you on the sides like, oh, you did down forward 2-1 with King. He got hit by the second part, but it didn't say counter. So you know what that means? That means that motherfucker was trying to move too fast, right? He probably was trying to do that sidestep option select, but you clapped him because you got to wait in order for that to work. So then, since that's the case, it's like, oh, all right. So I know that this person likes to move, so much so that they're willing to risk getting comboed in order to move. Right, and those are little nuggets that a person who's like at the higher level of the game, they're looking at that kind of stuff. And it's like, whoa, this is kind of like cheating, right? Or like, oh, this motherfucker got counter hit with that move. I didn't have to guess he got counter hit, or if he, like I said, the same scenario. It said counter, so I know he was pressing buttons. So this is a button pressing motherfucker, all right? Okay, cool. Now I know what's going down in the game. This junk is the best. Or look, somebody did a move you were unfamiliar with, and you did your shoulder tackle back, or you did some jabs back, and punish pop up on the side of the screen. I'm like, oh, so that's unsafe. Now I can start to explore how unsafe it is. I can either do that in the match, or I can go to replay mode, where it's gonna give me the frames, the situation, the disadvantage. What I'm trying to tell y'all, bro, this game is like, it's one of the better Tekkens. I hate to say it. Like, I'm a defensive player, so you would know, this is not my cup of tea of like a design of a game. I like Tekken DR, but that junk was kind of lackluster in like things that you could do as far as practice, right? But in actuality, like, this game is super well built. The systems make sense. You just need to understand what the systems are. And most people just don't understand what the systems are. So they think, oh, it's supposed to be like fucking Tekken 3, where when I press sidestep, the junk go half a quarter away around the character, and it's supposed to avoid all moves whatsoever unless it's a homing move. It's like, no, bro, that ain't how Tekken work. All right, Tekken 7 ain't even work like that, and y'all love the hell out of that junk. You were more limited in Tekken 7 than you were in this game, as far as sideways movement. But you know, or people complain about realignment with moves, and some of that stuff is messed up. And like a good example is like Dragunov back 3-4, back 4-3, I forgot what it is, back 4-3 I believe. Like that jump was busted in season 1, right? They needed to fix that because it didn't make no sense. There weren't no real counterplay to it. It's a fucking mid-high move. The only counterplay is duck to high. Like that that was an issue that needed to be addressed. They addressed it. But there aren't a whole bunch of things like that. There are moves like you might get clipped by the second part of a string, but that's because you did the wrong movement option. Right? Like this game wants you to have more hard reads. That's something I noticed in the first season of Tekken. That's why they had all grabs homing. Like people didn't like it, and I always say this when I go on these panels. The game developers did a very piss poor job of explaining what their game was. They just said aggressive, and what they meant was interactive hard reads, right? Or more interactive hard reads. So yes, that jump where the grabs was homing, I love that jump because I played King, but I see why people didn't really like it, especially when you don't explain to them like, this is the direction of the game that we want because we want to create these scenarios, but we're going to also buff these other things so much so, other defensive options so much so that you can literally cover 2 out of 3 things all the time. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, what do I think about Magic 4s? I mean, I think they're not needed in a game like this. I think if Magic 4s was in this game, it would just be one more reason for y'all to complain. You know what I'm saying? It would just be one more reason for you to complain. Because your jab, you can't even jab out some of this stuff. So I don't know what the Magic 4 gonna do, right? But then if you also can't run into nobody, I just think that would be, people complain about King down forward too. That junk ain't even fast as a damn Magic 4. It is mid, I understand. It's hit confirmable, I understand. But it's just like, man, y'all don't need that junk. Not in this type of system. You don't need it. This game ain't about that. If you want, what I displayed to you so far, right? Anything that's gonna put you in a position where you're gonna have to eat ugly, nasty mix-ups, you could probably hop kick them out of the jump, right? You know, you could down forward to them out of the jump. Like if you want, and this is what I'm saying, like the harder reads, right? It's either you're gonna pity pat and you're gonna do a down forward 1-2. You know, you're gonna do your whatever it is, your quick poke down forward 4, and you're gonna play the game safe and pokey, or you're gonna put your balls on the damn table. All right, like me, I just go like this sometimes. I just drop them, I just go just like this, and then the table shake, right? You either gonna put your balls on the table, and then you're gonna do this hop kick, or this down forward 2, or this counter hit launcher that they could possibly duck, right? Like you either gonna do that, or you gonna stand there, let them do a damn 50-50 mix up on you, and then you're gonna be mad because they put you in frame disadvantage, and now you gotta eat a 50-50 that you feel you didn't deserve, but you did deserve it because you didn't do nothing. Like, why should it be that you don't do nothing and not have to deal with nothing? That don't make no sense. And that's why they changed the game like they did, because it's like, man, you know, if people just do it in Tekken 7, me included, I was backing up and backing up some more and backing up some more and backing up some more, and then if you ran in, I did back 1, shit clapped the hell out you. I didn't really risk nothing. My risk was that you're gonna run in my face and sidestep, or run in my face and duck. So you're gonna run in my face and be defensive. Think about what game you used to play and love. Your answer to my defense is to run up in my face and be defensive. that don't even sound like, hearing that don't even sound fun. Now it do sound like some brainiac shit, like, oh well, if I'm gonna be defensive, you know, and you gonna be defensive, and then we gonna both be defensive, who gonna crack under pressure? A game of chicken almost. This is just a different game of chicken. I'm running, brother. Are you gonna do that hop kick, and you're not gonna do that hop kick? You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm running, brother. Are you gonna do that down 4-1, and you're not gonna do it? And I see Jumanji said, or space it out, but the same thing applies. What if I, hold on, let me go back to the goddamn game. Let me go back to the game, man, because I don't want to just be talking. I want to be showing, you know what I'm saying? Because I am a man of actions, all right? I'm a man of actions. What was I showing? Oh, I was supposed to be showing y'all this junk. I ain't even finished showing it to you, but let's look at this right quick. Okay, so we're gonna take them too long, just so we know. We got the low move. Okay, maybe I did that too long. That shouldn't be taking that down. Did I do that right? Man, I don't even know something like this. Then I didn't. Alright, and then make sure I do this one fast as possible. Alright, so let's look at that. Alright, so that got it right. Now look what's happening, bro. I'm actually pressing buttons. Oh, what's going on with your rate? Hey man, we was talking about you earlier here, bro. I told folks they want to have some of those salt streams going on over there and check you out. So you be giving them the business. You give T8 the business. All right, so we already discussed that this is not a mix-up, right? We've already discussed that this is not a mix-up. If you delay this damn, if you delay the mid, I'm low jabbing you out of the throw and the mid. We've already discussed that the high is reactable offline. Online, we can't make up for somebody's internet, right? 2 out of these 3 things, no matter how you do them, you can armor through them, right? You can't armor through the low move. Understand, where the fuck is the mid move at? Did I even report the mid move? No. Bro, I'm about confused. Let me do this shit all over again. I thought this was a damn throw. Alright. Low move. I ain't do that shit right. Alright, low move. Yo, am I not recording this show? Low move. Mid move. Alright. Other mid move. Listen, I don't know why folks be having all that high ass ping, but I don't be knowing what's going on. You know, some people internet, their junk be like 3,000 damn ping. You like, man, this junk teleporting. Then you might play somebody in Japan and they junk be like red bar, but it be consistent, so it feel like you playing a fairly decent game. I don't know. Some people just be having inconsistent internet. I don't know what that junk's about. Oh, we're supposed to be doing the throw, right? Okay. And then I didn't record. Okay. So we already know that this is not a mix-up. Once you see them arms reach back, you can throw it every time. And then I didn't double. Let me make sure I got some. Okay, I do got so every time. Hey man, do the mid move, damn. Hey man, did I do this jump twice? Okay, I didn't do it twice. He just wasn't never doing it every time. Alright, so you can see this is something you could literally judge it, make your eyes see. Oh, he came through with the raid. Who that is? Who that is? Bliss. Appreciate the raid. And we're gonna block that. And so this jump is not even a problem. Like this is not your issue, right? That's not gonna be the issue. So then we're gonna add this in here. Kick up. Duck that. And I got kicked in the mouth. I stood up. How do I keep getting fucking kicked? I'm tripping. Alright, now I'm goddamn making y'all. I mean, yeah, people are. I'm not saying you're not going to use it, not going to be useful. I'm just saying that it's just not what you think it's going to be. So then you get double answers, right? What is this? Is this the. Okay, here we go. All right. So then you got option number 2, which is if I think you're gonna do one of the mid moves, I just armor through this shit. And if I think you're gonna delay, if you're going to delay the mid, right? Because let's say that they're ducking your junk on a timing, and they're not seeing it because the elbow comes out faster than the throw, right? So if they're ducking it on timing and not sight, you can delay the elbow and make it a real problem, right? You can make that an actual problem for them. But then if they delay the elbow, they now run into this problem. I'm gonna actually do this shit. They delayed the elbow, right? Did I not delay the fucking elbow? Oh, that's not. Try to delay the elbow. Now you can punish me for doing that, right? Now you got to use this jump right here. Alright, so now you got this. So if they trying to use the safe elbow, you low jab. Now you're making them have to use this homing move. The reason they have to use the homing move is because, like Red is saying in there, is you know, it's closer in frames to the throw, right? But you can visually see the throw. Like it's such an awkward animation in comparison to other things. You could actually like only duck when you see that throw. But that's something you'd have to train yourself to see, right? It's kind of like being able to see the difference between Giant Swing and Shining Wizard. Like people don't think that there's a difference, but I could literally go on this thing right now and input a Shining Wizard that you can't see me move, input a Giant Swing where you can't see me move, and we'll be able to break them things because you break them by animation. You don't break them by the arms. But you know, I'm just showing you this stuff. Like this is kind of the reason why my perspective on Tekken is what it is in comparison to like how maybe other people see it. Because I just see it as a tree of decisions that you made right or wrong guesses on, right? Which is what Tekken has always been. It's just in my mind, those right or wrong guesses are not merely ducking and standing. They are sidestepping a little bit more, sidestepping a little bit more, side walking. All of those are different decisions. Back dashing and ducking, back dashing and blocking. Those are different decisions. Attacking with quick moves versus attacking with slower long range moves versus attacking with frame advantage giving moves versus attacking with mids and lows. Oh, who was that name? I missed who that was, but appreciate it. Welcome to the realm of the real. Only the real can chill. When I think about the decision making on this game, it's like you have a whole tier, like there's tiers of defensive mechanics in this game that people I feel like aren't really exploring the way they really could. Because if they did, they would realize like, oh, well, maybe the mix-ups are not as strong in the initial setting, right? I think everybody can agree, myself, I can agree, when they guess correctly, the mix-ups become strong. Because even in this situation that we're talking about with King, right? In order for this to work, like, look at all the things I could do to stop this situation. I guess you can do a 14 round. Triple. Like, before he can even get you in a position where you have to actually eat the mix-up, before you ever even get to the point where you could have to actually eat the mix-up, because that mix-up is only good behind frames. If he does that jump running out in the open, you just jab his ass. Like, it don't matter if he got armor, it don't matter if the only way that jump gonna work, he got to be way over here. If you really want this jump to work, King got to be over here and willing to do a run and a mix-up from this far away. Now, he got to start his mix-up from here in order for that to work. Because if he do this jump from here, if you do it from here, you're going to jab him immediately. Armor or no armor. Let me show y'all exactly what that means, what that look like. I don't even know how I can really show you this jump where you can, where like you'll know I'm reacting to it and that it's not because I just know it's coming. I might have to show you a video of me fighting somebody who tried to do this jump yesterday. That might be what I do. But you can literally just look, he does this. You see that right there? That right there is like, hit me, nigga, hit me. And he's telling you to hit him. And if you don't hit him, that's your own fault. That's why they had to add the block in the jump. Like I was explaining somebody at one point in time. You know, in season 1, he couldn't block out of this jump. So when he did this, it was even worse because the heat smash used to break armor. So if he did that jump, people would just automatically heat smash. The jump would beat out every option he got. He couldn't stop and block it. So he really just was getting screwed just for trying to go for the move. And then you could just do a rage art. He really couldn't do nothing about that. So they had to give him the block. People was like, oh man, that's cheap. He can run and stop and bait me out. But he had to be able to do something because he couldn't do nothing. But you know what he can't do? I don't know if people know this. You know, he can't block low. So if he does this, he can't block low. Not instantly. You could always go for a low move right there. And then he has to jump over your low move. Now he's running the risk of getting jabbed to death. Right? So this is just not as, something like this is not as good as you would think it is. It's, if you don't practice against it, the junk is amazing. All right? I'm not gonna be a person who is in disbelief of the strengths of the character. But I understand the strength of this character is the less you practice against him, the cheaper this motherfucker is. Right? He's super cheap. That's why I say at entry levels, this motherfucker is super cheap. You can't break throws, cheapest character on the game. All right? He got a 10-frame giant swing, just gonna do that jump to you all day long. You're gonna be pressing both punches. You don't know what the hell going on. Nigga gonna kill you. All right? Don't let his back be to the wall and rage. Half your life bar just about, right? But when it comes to, like, the more you practice against this character don't have a lot of other stuff that cheesy stuff other people have, right? Look at this man's strings. His best string is this. That right there is his best string, right? This is functionally the only string that he has that kind of works like everybody else's string, right? It's a high, mid. It's got a delay in it. Hit knockdown, and it's got, like, I think second hit guarantees third hit if done fast. Like, this is the only string he really has that operates like a real string. And this right here, those operate like real strings, right? But this is a launch punishable. This is punishable at every portion of the string. That's unsafe, that's unsafe, and that's super unsafe. And depending on the character, you got that super unsafe, right? So every part of that is unsafe. Then you got the safe version, which is unsafe if you duck it, right? So it operates like a traditional Tekken string. Outside of that, this man don't even got strings. He got this right here, a low, high, mid. But there's nothing between, it's always low, high. And this is never guaranteed unless it's counter hit. So if I do this, and you duck, don't matter if I hit you or not, you're getting killed. Everybody else in the game, they do a damn low, high. The low hit you, you gotta block the damn high. He ain't got no string. This right here is high, mid. You don't even need to duck. He negative after both of them. You got the high, that's the frame advantage. But like the throw is visual. You can see to do the headbutt because it's so different than everything else that the only way you really get this to work, this is a tip to the King players out there. The way you get this move to work is to delay this move and hope that they're ducking you on timing and not sight. If they're ducking you on sight, you screwed. But if they're ducking you on timing, delaying that is gonna get gonna get their ass up out of there. His other string, he got this. Now don't get me wrong. Let me let y'all know. This right here is one of the best strings in the game. I know people probably don't say this shit. This right here is one of the best strings in the game. It done been one of the best strings in the game for a long time. Like since he got it in Tekken 3, I believe is when he first got this move. But I know in Tekken 5 on up, that is one of the best strings in the game. The jump used to be super cheap because it was safe. It was like natural combo, natural delayable combo, and you could just frame it and make it safe. Even though it's supposed to be -10, nobody can hardly punish the jump. This right here is is down back to, no, you mean this right here? No. Listen, this is a great king tree. Don't get me wrong, it's a great king tree. Right? But this is the best for king's game plan. So let me tell you why, right? This move is an elbow, right? It's -1. When I go to put this video out about the movement system, you're gonna understand why -1 is such a important frame area, right? It's a very important frame area for the game and the system of the game and how the system mechanics work. Being at -1 is very, very important in this game. It's one of the most important frames to be at. So much so that if a character doesn't have it, they might not be that great. Like I was playing with Armor King the other day and I was like, man, he don't got no -1 moves. Like he can't really play the game. Like he could play Tekken because he got, you know, tools that kind of compensate for not having a -1. But he don't have the access to the actual cheating shit that everybody else got, right? You know, he got -1 is some cheating shit. It's been that way, especially since Tekken 7. And appreciate that, Flu Walker. Yeah, Flowage. What does that say? Followage. I don't know what that say. Anyway, this is a -1 elbow, so you can't punch parry the jump. The jump got range on it, right? And it's got tracking to one side. Man, let me tell you something. The fact that King wants to throw you, and this has a second move that's mid, and you can't sidestep it, you can't even neutral guard it. Like you have to actually block. You can't punch parry the elbow, no. You can punch parry the second hit, but you can't punch parry the elbow. So, because you have to wait for this right here, it makes this into this a problem. Not only is it a problem because you're waiting on a second mid, right? But it's also a problem because the first one is -1. So that means this to this makes this 11 frames. This is faster than anything but a jab. And your jab has to be immediate, which puts you at risk of getting hit by this. And then the way they changed this, they made this jump be down +5, which means when I do this, you can't interrupt that again. You got to move or armor it. Like you can't press, no, you can't jab me back, you can't low jab me back. And then if you start trying to do armor, I think that right there, perfect one of these, I think will beat armor. I might be wrong about that, perfect one of these beat armor, but this is one of the best moves on it. This is one of the best strings in the game, in my opinion. Right? Most people, some people wouldn't look at it that way because it don't do nothing, right? They think to themselves like, oh man, you don't get no combo off of it. It don't do nothing on counter hit. It ain't supposed to do that. This right here this is a problem. If y'all ever see me play this game, y'all see me do this move like 500 times because it's good. I don't care if it's good on hit or block. And when I do this move, I don't care if you block it or you hit me. I mean, or if it hits you. Because I'm using it for something else. If it hits you, it just hits you, and then I'm gonna go ahead and follow up with it. If you know, if my eye is keen enough, I'm gonna follow up with it and get the two-part move on it. But it ain't like it used to be. Back in the day, you could do this, and that jump would be guaranteed. That's when that jump was super cheap, and it was safe. Man, I miss them days. But nonetheless, he's got that, which is arguably one of the best strings on the game. But it's not for the reason of like it's a cheap ass string. It's just good for his game plan. And then he has this, which is arguably like one of the best strings on the game because of what it does. Like that counter hit, if you're a good player and you can start to see that visualization, very good game, very good move. Outside of that, them all is strings. Think about stuff that people are doing with you. They go get fucking Dragon off and do 5 different damn strings. A string that go into damn crouch. A string that go into frame advantage. Let's say you go get Jin. This motherfucker doing delays all in his string. Going into a stance. Like, he don't got that jump. This is the only thing that even remotely acts like anybody else's string. And we already seen the holes in this. If you do that, that's unsafe. This right here is unsafe. So you don't even get to go into the stands, and it's unsafe. I can't make it safe. Or I got to do the full Monty. If let's say I don't even charge it all the way up, and I fake it like that, still unsafe. Got to do the full Monty. But you do that full Monty, they got 14 frame move you. They got side walk you, side step you. They can armor through your jump. They can throw you. They could jab you. Like, they literally could do almost anything except for a launcher, unless they got like a 14 frame launcher. They counter hit launch you. For what? For you to be able to do this? And then get a sorry mix up? That's what I'm saying. It's like, you know what? I don't know why people think this character cheating. Oh, let me show y'all this, because I don't want y'all to feel like I'm be bullshitting y'all. I like to be a prover, not a liar. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a fibber. I'm a real hard R. Okay? So let me show you. Hopefully I get the shit right on the first try. Oh, damn, I'm on the wrong side. I didn't do it right. God damn it. Let me make sure that that didn't run too far. You would think I've been playing King so damn much, so long, I would never fuck up none of this shit. But all right. You see, he didn't even move. That was just a shining wizard right off the rip. As my dad would say, right off the dribble. Right off the dribble. He was we're gonna see what it looked like. Alright, so there's no way you really see it. You're not seeing the difference, right? I want to make both of them be blue spark, so it won't be like sound cues either. I want it to be a real legitimate 50-50. Do all of the damn directions. Come on, big dog. This don't really matter, but I want it to be as real of a 50-50 as you could possibly see. Damn, I got this new ass controller, boy. I'm skipping all the inputs. Man, we might have to just go with this damn regular clothing. Fuck it. We just gonna go with that. Alright. We just gonna go with that. Fuck it. Once again, I'm gonna let y'all see the difference. Y'all tell me y'all can see the difference. Maybe y'all can. But oh no, that was too damn slow. I can see his body move on that one. Difference. Up close, I don't think you will see it. Look at when I'm breaking this one. Look at my buttons. Oh, shit, fuck that. let me take the blue spark out, bro. Let me take the blue spark out. Alright. I don't think I could do this without it being blue spark, but I just get the other one. Fucking blue spark. Oh, you know what? Man, I'm tripping. I'm tripping. Let's put the jump on hard. I'm super tripping. We don't even got to go through all that. This is what I'm talking about. Remember how I was telling you about the practice mode in these other games? Yeah, this practice mode is amazing. Never seen nothing like it. Alright. I ain't gonna jump on easy. Wait, what? Oh, I'm tripping. I'm like, what, why the hell he do that? Alright. Man, I pressed one like a motherfucker. Man, I pressed one like a crazy. Alright, that was I'm tripping out here. Oh, I'm really getting mixed up out here. I pressed one like 5 times. I'm doing a horrible job of showing y'all this thing. God, this nigga team. Alright, that's one. Alright, I'm look like I'm lying yet. How the fuck I do it? Hold on. Hold on. I was good and early and wide awake to show all this shit. You know what? I'm not gonna do this shit. I'm not gonna go through this shit with y'all. We just want to go to the damn video I already done did. Cause I done proved this to somebody before. I'm too sleepy to make this shit happen right now. How you get to the damn videos? You know, folks don't be liking to believe in niggas, so I had to show this to my crew one day in the damn chat. Media gallery. Is this it? I can't tell. Some of this is the video. Oh shit, this is super far a long time ago. Alright, where is it at? Oh, I think this must be it. One of these must be it. Is it this? No, I'm showing somebody something different there. Oh, here we go. I think this might be it. Now, I just had all the grabs on. Got my ass thrown. So, I don't know how many that was. That might have been like 10. I was showing somebody something there. One of these is going hard. Oh, here we go. Getting my ass grabbed up. Now, this is not to say that it's not difficult to do. What I'm explaining to you all is, it is a skill you can acquire. You know what I'm saying? It is a skill you can acquire that you can actually not get thrown by this jump. Now, you're going to get thrown by it because you're a human, like you're not a robot. But people make the argument like you can't, like it is a mix-up. It's not really a mix-up as much as you might argue it's a mental stack. Like it's hard to be looking for all of this junk at one time. That's why with this one, I was moving around, right? So it's never like I'm just know exactly what's about to happen. I don't even know when I'm gonna get thrown or what I'm gonna get thrown by. This is how it is in a match. I'm moving around. I need to be able to break throws. Well, I got 11 throws in a row. Like that right there is a skill you develop, right? It's one of the reasons why I don't even know why people complain about throws at all in Tekken. This is the only fighting game that I know of, right? Maybe there are other ones. This is the only fighting game I know of where breaking throws is a skill. Like in Soul Calibur, you gotta guess. In Mortal Kombat, you gotta guess. In Street Fighter, you gotta guess the timing. In Art of Fighting, you gotta guess. I guess the timing and the direction. I don't really remember how it works. I think you might just gotta guess that they gonna throw you in there. Yo, what's going on, Soul? What's happening? What's happening? No, you got another King main right there. Hey, Soul, can you tell the difference between Giant Swing and Shining Wizard? And when somebody's doing it to you, like if they're point blank or they do it, let's say they do it out of heat, right? Where the input is just gonna be the input. You're not gonna see nobody move. Can you break that? On reaction? I don't know, I'm putting you on the spot, but the heat engager. I'm saying, like, you know, if I do the heat engager and I run up and do Shining Wizard or I run up and do Giant Swing, are you able to break that on reaction? You personally. I know you're a King player. It's one of my students, y'all. If y'all don't know, he's a King player. Where you out of? You staying in Baltimore or somewhere? I can't remember, man. I know you told me you moved somewhere. But in any event, I'm just trying to help people understand the game of Tekken. You say, if you're locked in, yeah. That's all I'm trying to get people to understand. It's like, if you're locked in, you can tell the difference. That don't mean it's gonna be easy, right? You know, it's just like there are low moves that I can see. Like this right here is a low move I can literally see this low move coming. But if I'm doing a whole bunch of other shit, you gonna sneak that junk in on me, right? Because I'm thinking about a whole bunch of other stuff. But that's if I'm a good King player, right? And a lot of that kind of stuff. The reason I'm getting to all of that is basically when you're thinking about King as a character, if you don't want it to really be stressful fighting King, all you need to do is get good at breaking throws, right? And then understand like 4 situations. Understand this situation, right? Understand this situation, and understand this situation. If you understand them 3 or 4 situations, you'll probably be pretty good versus King, because he's very limited in what he can do, right? Then the only thing you're really worried about is like, are they outplaying you, and like maybe certain Oki considerations, right? If you said, oh, you can't hear me over the you know what it is, Chad? It's the fact that I'm my fucking microphone is facing this way, but my damn game is over there. But I can turn the game down a little bit. Let me turn the game down a little bit so y'all can hear me a little bit better. But yeah, if you understand this situation and what it leads to, you understand this situation and what it leads to, and you understand like this situation and what it leads to, everything else is kind of, oh, and you could break throws. I must put that caveat in there. You need to know how to break throws. If you don't know how to break throws, throw all this junk out the window. I'm running up and doing this shit all day long. You know, but if you could break throws, now you need to understand Tekken on a fundamental level. And if you start understanding Tekken on a fundamental level, let me go show y'all some Tekken from last night. This is like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired as hell. I was playing this King player. I was trying to train him up right quick. We had some pretty good matches. Let me see. We had some pretty good matches. You know, his name is J-Lo or something like that. I think he's from Florida or somewhere. Young up and coming player. I was trying to teach him some stuff, you know. He was really making me a little salty because I couldn't tell if he was doing stuff that he just seen other people do, and so he doing it and don't know why it's working. And he just copying and pasting. It was kind of like he had a flow chart a little bit, but like he was good. He was good enough to like be competitive. But yeah, J-Jo, yeah, he was real good. He was good enough to be a competitive person. Like he wasn't a pushover to play against at all. Because I think it ended up being like 45 to 30. Is that right? I can't remember. It was like something like that. 35 to 45 or 45 to 30, something like that. We were having some pretty good matches. Let me show y'all what it looked like when I play against King. All right, let me find. All right, let me show some matches he won, some matches I won. I don't guess this really matters.
Get ready for the next battle.
And this is like online where I'm prone to get thrown way more, right? Okay, in this situation, now I don't know why he was getting hit by that. He ain't blocked that jump one time last night. Alright, so you see what's happening here, right? Okay, he's steamrolling. I realize he's steamrolling. I know these scenarios. Say, oh, why is this fool doing this? Nah. He not gonna be abusing my frames against me. I kind of look at him for a little bit. Trying to see what can I do to move this shit off here. All right, let me just explain some of this stuff to you, right? This happened because I just knew he had a pattern. So that you can't really pay attention to. I knew he had a pattern and I just used it against him. But that really that's not like no king shit. That was like player to player. So we're gonna disregard that round, right? Circle this pause, okay. Alright, so in this scenario, I knew he liked to do the push a whole lot. I know he liked to try to contest me with down forward too. He's not really looking to do a whole lot. Now you see this right here, right? You're saying to yourself, Mike, why the fuck you kept getting hit by this damn move? The reason I kept getting hit by the move is because he showed me he was trigger happy, but he wasn't that good at counter hit confirming. So what I was doing was, I was just stepping. No, I don't even think I was stepping. I was just ducking and holding down. Cause I was like, oh, well, this motherfucker's gonna keep doing this shit. Then I tried to be smart. And the motherfucker grabbed my ass. If I would have kept what I was doing, I would have ducked that shit and killed him. Well, I tried to be smart, tried to counter the damn throw. So, not counter the elbow. He doing his thug fizzle right here. Putting me out of commission, break my legs up. Right, pretty good match so far. So far, you ain't really seeing like Tekken. Oh no, you know what? I'm not actually about to watch this match. I think I got salty and just started throwing this man to death. This might not be a good match. This might not be a good match to show y'all, bro. I might have been playing crazy in this match. I want to show y'all like when we was having good fighting sets. I also want to show y'all where my philosophy is coming into play, right? About what I was telling y'all about how to play the game. This is not good tech. I'm telling you right, this is not good tech. This is like people who done got familiar with each other, and now you just doing shit that you wouldn't normally do against a regular opponent. Like, I'm doing tricks of the trade too, like buffering stuff because I know he's gonna try to go for certain jump. This is not really that good of a game. I think I win this, but for the purposes of why I brought you here, I need to find a better game. Let's see. Let me see. We just going on some runs. So let's see. Maybe these were good games because we start going back and forth. All right, this says 3-2. Let's see what this is.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, I need to go to where I was scrapping at, right? Because what I want to show you is the flow I was talking about, where it's like, all right, if you're going to come in trying to do certain shit, I'm going to counter hit you. If you're not going to do certain shit, I'm going to mix you up. All right, so he came in, he saw me trying to do some counter hitting shit. He clapping me up right here, right? I think he might have won this one. All right, you see what's happening here. He clapped me up. Now, what did he do? In that last second, what happened was I delayed my timing. He did an immediate move. Like, I need to be able to, can you slow-mo on this jump? Or do you got to do it like this? Because I want y'all to be able to see what's really happening. It's kind of hard to explain to you. I know he ain't tried me. Okay. He went for a movement option because I did Wild Rising 4, right? He wants to punish my immediate timing by using movement. Because I've been playing him, know that he likes to use movement against my immediate timing. So I go for something that is going to punish his movement. I clap his ass, right? Because he's not doing the type of movement that would cover that option. He's doing the type of movement that would cover a different option from me swinging immediately, right? Now, because he's being inactive, I go in, I dash in, I give up frames to dash in and give a mix up to him, right? I dash in, I get the grab. He don't break the grab. All right, I check him for trying to do something when he get up off the ground. He blocked. Now we're both at 0. I challenge him because he like to do down forward too, because I've been doing low kicks a lot of the time after I do that push. Or I'll do the push and do another push, and sometimes I might fuck up, right? So I don't know what he went for, but I jacked him out of it. I was trying to do the push here, and I just fucked up. Fortunately, I got out of that situation. I don't think I was trying to do this, but that's just what ended up happening. I took advantage of it, like I tried to do it, but I didn't really try to do it. This motherfucker got up and did the damn super. Now, if I was frame perfect, this shit wouldn't have mattered. But I wasn't frame perfect. He clapped my cheeks up, right? Pause on the draws. All right, we can skip past that a little bit. Oh, I guess you can't really skip past that. All right, so y'all let's sit here and watch this. Okay, in that scenario, I figured he gonna run in and try to get some damage back. Slap him in. All right, check this out. I hit him, right? But I'm -3. But what I've been doing in this scenario is I've been backing up because I'm negative. He's been retaliating with immediate timing moves. So I'm using my movement normally when this situation comes around to deter him from his immediate timing. But in this situation, I said, you know what? He's probably going to try to attempt to mix me up because I've been backing up all this time. So he's either going to try to run and get frame advantage, or he's going to try to run up and get some kind of mix up off. He said, why do I think if I was frame perfect, I would have been fine? Because if I was frame perfect, he wouldn't have been able to activate the super, because the super has 8 frames, 6 or 8 frames. I don't remember how much it is in this game. It used to be 8 frames in the old game, I believe. In this game, it's probably 8 frames. It's probably 6 frames. So I think that's how fast the armor starts up on armor moves, is 6 frames. So if I don't give him 6 frames to crank up his arm, his super, you may have even seen this before, where you see somebody pose for their super move, but then you hit them. In this game, the same thing applies. Like, if when he got up off the ground, I did something that touched him in 6 frames or in 5 frames, he would have tried to cut that super on and just died. It wouldn't have did no armor, it did nothing. He would have just got slapped up on the wall and dead. But anyway, back to the scenario. Because I'm looking at him like, okay, he's about to come in, I'm gonna interrupt him. I caught him with a counter. What do? He tried to come in and press some button, counter hit him. All right. I figured he was gonna stay still. So rather than go for something that was like an uninterruptible move, I went for something that could counter hit him in case he wanted to try to press buttons again out of being anxious, right? Or if he used the wrong type of movement technique, that was gonna catch him. So that was a twofold move right there. And it was safe, even though it leaves me at disadvantage, it's safe enough so I don't get punished, right? He tries to check me for moving, does 1-2. I check him for trying to continue to swing, because at this point, like I said before, if you becomes too negative, all of your moves become delayed time, right? So even though he didn't do nothing but a jab, he was only -4, right? But I checked him with my jab, and if he would have tried to do down forward 1, he would have got beat out. If he'd have tried to do jabs, he getting beat out. If he tried to do down forward 2, he getting beat out. He really can't do nothing, right? If he try to do anything, my jabs are gonna beat out everything you do except for crush or use a movement. Let's use a movement technique in order to counteract my immediate timing, right? He didn't do that. He delayed timing again. So check out what's happening here. When it's fast, it don't look like all these decisions are happening. But I'm making all these decisions way ahead of time. So this is punishing delayed timing. Punishing delayed timing. Punishing delayed timing. All 3 of those are punishing delayed timing. Here we have a situation where what I've been doing in prior matches to this is I'll run over there, he'll be inactive, I'll run over there and get frame advantage with doing running 3, right? But then he started getting hip to that game and he does sidestep. He started sidestepping me. So I said, okay, when you get up off this ground, I'm about to cover twofold. I'm gonna do this forward 1 in a way that if you start pressing a button and it's not an armor move, then I'm gonna counter hit you. And if you start stepping, I'm gonna hit you for stepping. And what I'm going to risk is you getting up with, like I said, an armor move, or getting up with something that can counter hit my in this case it's my delayed attack, right? Because forward 1 is 22 frames or 23 frames, something like that, right? What's going on with your Rhapsody? What's happening? So because I'm doing my delayed timing move, even though I'm doing it as fast as I can do it, what did we say earlier? Anything over 17 frames, we're going to basically consider that delayed timing, because that's a pretty slow move in comparison to other moves that can be done. Bliss, welcome to the realm of the real. Only the real can chill. I say, who that? All right, so I do forward 1 to cover those bases. What do I risk? I risk getting interrupted, and I risk losing my turn. Right? Not really too much of a risk of whiffing because he's getting up off the ground. But he could make me whiff. He could have got up and backdash, and he might not have had to block. But he got up, and he either was ducking, looking for the forward neutral 2, or he got hit sidestepping. Let's look over here and see what it said he was doing. Got up off the ground. He was ducking. I guess he was ducking. It looked like he was ducking or trying to do a giant swing, right? Now look what he did to me. Okay, that scenario, hit him with the down back 3. I went for my immediate punish. Now what did we see the round before? I hit him with a move similar, I think it was the same move I hit him with. And then he tried to sidestep. And I did forward 1. And it hit his ass, right? Down back 3 is +4 on hit. So then I went to try to do while standing 4, the frame trap, right? He stepped, he used his movement against my immediate timing, right? You see how it's still circling on itself, right? It's only 3 scenarios that keep happening over and over again. Either somebody staying still and they're eating frame advantage in a mix-up. Either somebody's swinging immediately and they getting stepped or backdashed. I guess you could throw. No, they getting stepped or backdashed, or they're doing something on delayed timing and they're getting counter hit, power crushed. But these are the only 3 scenarios that just keep happening over and over again. No matter what the interaction is, this is just what's happening over and over and over and over again. This scenario, he won the scenario. He sidestepped. It paid off big for him, right? Because I wanted to do immediate timing. And this is another thing I want you to think about when you playing the game, right? When you do stuff purposely so that you get results like what he just got. He got the result of, I'm a sidestep on purpose. My purpose is to beat out linear attacks. And I want the maximum damage for my guessing correctly. The good thing about Tekken that I've always loved about Tekken is everything is a hell sweep. Everything is a hell sweep. It's just what decision you make that turns it into a hell sweep. A jab into a jab can get punished like a hell sweep. Or let me just say it can be launched. Maybe not punished like a hell sweep. Hell sweep is rather negative. But if you do a jab into a jab, if I do the right punishment, the right movement technique, whether that's duck, whether that's backdash, whether that's step and to avoid the jab and launch you, that jab just became launch punishment. It's not launch punishable on block, but because it has recovery frames, that became a launch punishable move. Because my decisions on how to counteract what I thought you were going to do made it launch punishable. Right? So there really is no such thing as a safe move on this game. Now, unless there are certain situations like an unavoidable mid attack that's safe on wake up or something, like you have to just eat it, or behind a certain frame trap, you got to eat this mid move. Those are the only true safe moves. Anything else on this game has the possibility of likely being launched. Any given time. The tide of Tekken could turn at any time. Especially when you're playing with very good Tekken players. It's one of the reasons I like Tekken so much. That I think it's always a chess game. I know people think that this junk feels like checkers. To me, it feels like chess at all times. Because I know throwing a jab into a jab could end my life. Or doing a wild rising 4. Safe mid move that's 11 frames. Just got my ass taken to the wall for however much damage he just did to me. Because he guessed right. He did the right thing. He did the actual right thing, right? Some people could say, oh, he did the right thing. He guessed, he blocked standing. And he didn't duck. He did the right thing. Nah, he did a thing. You know what I'm saying? He did a thing that didn't punish him, right? But that wasn't the right thing. The right thing was to sidestep and launch me for doing it, so that I'm discouraged from ever doing it again. Or at least I am willing to change my habit to try to punish that option so that he could counter hit me for doing a delayed timing attack. Or maybe he can't punish me for it. You know, it just depends on what the situation is. But anyway, this is my philosophy on what's going on here. Just wanted to point that out. He did the right thing. All right, here, he whiffed. We both waited. I'm pretty sure I wasn't trying to do this, so I don't know what move I was trying to do right there. Maybe I was trying to do down back 3, but I was not standing all the way. He caught me. I tried to catch him running in, like maybe he was gonna stay back there and then run in. He got my ass. He kind of hit me for trying some shit I ain't had no business trying. Delayed timing. Oh, God, I can press circle. Alright, so what happened here? Him. Okay, I think I didn't realize he had heat. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did. It say down back forward. I don't know, maybe I tried to back up or something. In any event, he did the right thing. He killed me. I don't know why he hit me. I can't really remember what I was doing there. It said I was pressing down back forward. So I know I wasn't trying to do a low hop kick. Alright, so at the beginning of the match I did a movement technique. I was checking to see, is he gonna try to jab me, grab me? Like, what is he gonna do here? Is he gonna do that stupid movement he do so I can stun punch him? But he didn't do none of that, right? So then I tried to see about if he was gonna swing. He didn't swing. I went in for a mix-up. He did the right defensive maneuver. He guessed correctly on the mix-up. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know what that was about. Seemed like a setup. I don't know about this king setup, so I just got up because I was like, what's the worst king can do but throw me? He got some frame advantage. I blocked because it's king. I checked him, see if he's gonna step. He got hit. I checked him again because I'm what, plus 9? I'm plus 8 or something. Hit him. I'm plus 8. So I want to check and see if he's gonna try to sidestep or something. Is he gonna do anything besides duck? He didn't. I kept my frame advantage. I dashed up because I figured he gonna try to backdash, thinking I'm gonna do a throw or some junk. I ran up on him and did the throw, right? So there you go. That's a small pocket of what it looked like. Like when I say not being interactive, it's not like you're gonna be back there all day long. That's a quick decision of him being not interactive. Go too far back. Okay. Oh, you didn't interact? You eating a mix-up. All right, you didn't interact? You didn't interact? You're eating a mix-up. That's what all of this is. That was, you didn't interact, you got hit on the ground. Now you're getting up and you forced into something. Now he could get up and do like a low kick because this is Tekken. Am I showing you small Tekken? I'm showing you my philosophy on Tekken and why I don't think the game is as crazy as people put it out to be. It's just, in my mind, you just made bad decisions. And so you got put in a bad situation. And that happens more often. It feels like it happens more often in this game because of how it's designed, in my opinion, right? Because when you're inactive, what you're dealing with, their reward for being correct is just, it feels worse. If I had to put it in any other terms, like it feels worse for me to get hit by Eddie's forward 3 and have to eat that low or that mid. It feels worse for me to have to deal with that than deal with like Eddie's up forward 3-4, up forward 3-3, whatever he had in the old game, where he like jump in the air and then he do the low or do the mid. Like that didn't feel as bad because, you know, it just didn't. It really was kind of the same thing, but it didn't feel as bad. Like psychologically, it didn't feel as bad. On this junk, when you keep having to deal with these, like I said, the DPM, these decisions per minute, like so much of that happening over and over and over again. You said you had, I think you have a better argument showing those moves that people have problems with being countered in real time. Okay, I mean, I could probably show you some. I don't know what I have on here, but I'll show it to you. I got a few saved. But this right here is just about the philosophy and what it looks like, right? Okay, people have an issue with forward neutral too, but the movement technique that you have for that is you step it or you interrupt it before it gets to you. All right, I use the movement technique. I checked him so he can't move. Oh, this is a great example of what I'm talking about. This whole sequence here, right? I did that to stop him from sidestepping and stop him from pressing the button after forward neutral 2. Right? He came in, he did the push. I checked him to see if he was gonna do something wild. He didn't do nothing, he blocked. We both backdash. He saw me backdash. He tried to go in for his mix-up. I did a double movement technique. This one happens to be specific to King, but if this is somebody else, they just did 2 backdashers instead of 1 backdash. So I'm out of the range. He whips. I didn't do the proper whip punch. I did a whip punch. But this is where the game really comes into play. All right, I know you can't move, right? I know you want to move, but you can't move. It's +8. I punch you in your damn nuts. You try to step. I know you can't step this direction that you're prone to step. So I'm gonna do down forward 4. Not only is this going to stop you from stepping, it's gonna stop you from backdashing as well. So you literally got to deal with this move. Like, you got to just block it. He might, I don't know if you can hop kick it. He might be able to hop kick it, but he literally has to block this move. Okay, then I said, oh, he's gonna try to go the other way. I'm gonna do down forward 2. Even though it was his frames, his turn, I knew he wasn't looking to take his turn. He was trying to move. So I did down forward 2. Now I'm +4, right? I do down forward 4, which is 14 frames. All he can beat me with is a jab, but he wants to sidestep. He don't want to jab. He wants to get out the way of this shit. So I hit him with that. That junk is +6. I go for down forward 1. What's down forward 1? -1, right? But we got that second part to the move. So now he got a decision to make. Is he gonna stand there? Is he gonna press a button? Am I gonna finish it? Am I gonna mix him up afterwards? Or am I gonna use a movement technique? Let's see what happens. He blocks it. I use a movement technique. Guess what happens? He tries to retaliate. When he finally gets the opportunity, when it's his turn, he tries to retaliate. I use a movement technique to eliminate his immediate taking. I get hit by the second part because I didn't do the right one. Right? I moved, but I tried to press a button. I tried to punish his jab. I got hit. I ducked. He went for his mix-up. He knew I wasn't gonna move. I wasn't ready, so I did a fucking low jab to his nuts. But it was my go. I checked him. He wasn't ready to use a movement technique because he probably wasn't ready to get punched in the nuts. I use a movement technique because he blocked and I'm at negative frames. I backdash. He goes for what would counter hit me if I tried to do something immediate or if I tried to follow up with a mix-up. I whip punish him because my movement technique was correct. He dies. Now, you know how much stuff I just explained, right? That was like, oh, circle, my bad. I just explained like 10 different scenarios that happened in Tekken time, maybe like 4 or 5 seconds, right? Like 4 or 5 seconds, almost 10 scenarios happened just then. But all of them scenarios was predicated on the same 3 principles. Now, we could have chose different moves and this could have looked differently, right? This could have looked way different. We could have been doing damn Jaguar sprints at each other left and right. And this would have looked crazy. Like, oh, this game looked like ass, you know? It could have looked like that match between Fergus and damn King Ray Jr. where them motherfuckers doing all the big ass moves. I mean, but I guess that's how you play the character. But nonetheless, it's just like, oh man, this look crazy. They did like some Blu-rays out there. But in actuality, what's happening, what's going on with your Dark Avenger? What's actually happening is they just chose different routes to punish these things. Like, I might choose to do forward neutral 2, and I might choose to do forward 1. That might be my mix-up. Right? The next person might choose to do crouch dash mix-up and while standing both punches. The next person might choose to do Jaguar sprint mix-up. But they all punish the same thing, inactivity. Now, some are better at it than others. Some is reactable and some aren't reactable. So, you know, you pick your own poison, but essentially that's what's happening all throughout this game. We both missed. We both made the wrong calculations. I made the wrong calculation. He punished me. Now I'm sitting in this situation. I know what I got to do. He can throw me. He could do a down forward 4 and stop me from backing up, but it's going to be my turn. I could go for a step, and he probably don't have nothing fast enough to stop me from stepping. that's gonna punish me unless he do a low move, like he do down 3. He did down forward 1. I blocked it. I backdash. Fucked up my punishment. All right, we back to square 1. I tried to catch him with him. All right, he tried something. I went for my counter hit. All right, there go that down forward 1 I was telling y'all about. I backed up. He went for forward both punches. I missed that. I wasn't ready for it. He punished me. All right. Once again, I'm not punishing correctly. I'm doing the right movements, but I'm not doing the right with punishment. So I keep landing myself in situations that I shouldn't even be in. I'm giving him turns that he didn't earn. Now I'm -5 because I didn't punish correctly. All right, he goes for the push. We both go for the clothesline. He beat me out. He got his Oki off. I went to try to stop him from running in. He didn't run in, but he chose something too slow. He grabs me. Break that, because I practiced breaking, bro. All right, so you saw what happened there. Let's take a quick look at that. That was real slight, but it was real good. I tried to throw him on the wall. He sensed it. He backed up. Instant punish. Damn. All right, got a decision to make. He go for the grab on my wake up. I stand up into it. I don't grab. I don't break it. Now I'm going for the ride. Boom. Now this man pointed at me and did that bullshit, right? He stopped. He probably stopped because I done punched him out of that junk every single time. He's looking at big moves. All right. Oh shit! What did I do that for? Am I going backwards or forward? Okay. Yeah, here we go. All right. So look at that again. Frame advantage. I know we 0. I check him with this jab, just in case he try to throw me or something. I hit him for the armor, because I thought he was gonna try to come after me. Do a weak ass wall jump, because I'm sorry to say. All right, here I backed up in case he tried to get up with a get up kick or a spring kick. He didn't do that. All right, I go in for the push in case he tried to stop me from running in. We both go for a jab, but I guess my jab was a little faster. He killed me. He killed me because I went for something. I went for a giant swing, and then I wasn't prepared for the low. But that is what Tekken kind of just looked like on a very fundamental level. If you're not playing Tekken like that, which I mean, you're automatically playing Tekken like that because that's how the game works. But if you're not thinking about Tekken like that, I can understand why this game is frustrating. Because you're probably running into a lot of bigger scenarios than you need to. Let me see. Are these probably don't even work no more. Okay, let's look at something like this right here, right? Kazuya. I contest to people that I think Kazuya is either one of the best characters in the game or the sorriest character in the game. Now, how did I reach this conclusion? Well, when I was showing y'all in the beginning of the stream about like you can kind of cheat Kazuya, right? Especially if you got a -1 move, because his options, he got to put himself out there way too much, and you could literally force him to only be able to hit you with one move and then have a counter to everything that move does. Oh, that was, damn, I can't even show y'all. Talking about it, can't even do it. What we on, 2.51? Oh, I probably don't got no matches, because this shit was happening. All these is 2.5, 2.6 more. Oh, that was just me and him. All right, well, I guess I can't show you none of that stuff. So I gotta show you stuff in the practice room. But if y'all have any questions that you might run into that are like issues.
Get ready for the next battle.
Talk about this down forward 2-1 thing that was a little bit of an issue to some players. This is not to denote that this move is not strong. This is to explain to people that
Get ready for the
you
next
can discourage people from using this move. Down back 1. Yeah, but it falls to the same problem as down forward 2. But at least it's safe. I don't know. We'll check it out though. We'll check it out. His actual best homing move is his best tracking move is back 1. But I'll explain that a little bit later. What was I supposed to show? Oh, okay. I think I did this incorrectly. Yeah, I did do this incorrectly. So I always tell people, right? Well, I'm gonna tell you why I don't think it's too much. He didn't have that jump since Tekken 5 VR, and it was worse in Tekken 7. Like, he got 90 damage combo. Now, what I will say is, they could just take away the ability for him to do the jab into the Shining Wizard and make it where he only get like small side combos and make it an Oki tool, because that's kind of what it used to be. Before Tekken 7, the only time you got a combo from down forward 2-1 was on Tekken 6. When you were by the wall, you could get like a full combo because he finally got down forward 4-3. You could pick him back up and do like a bound combo and combo, right? But outside of that, you could only get down both kicks 2, or you could do crouch dash both punches, this the little knuckle bomb thing. And that you said, do I still be coaching? Yeah, I coach from time to time. I got to do my school like I was doing the TTU, but I can't do that till I get back home. The reason I think it is okay is because of what I'm about to show you, right? Remember what the character is. This wouldn't be okay on a lot of characters, but you got to remember what this character's tool set is. This character's tool set is he's supposed to throw you. That's what the game wants you to do with this character. So his strength is in a throw that you can react to, and you could possibly never get thrown by, unless he does crouch dash or the spinning throw, right? Which are all 30 plus frames. And we talked about that. That's a super delayed move, right? So because of that, he needs the ability to make you stay still. Down forward 2-1, the down forward 2 being counter hit confirmable. Some people argue it's strong, stronger than it needs to be. I ain't gonna say not strong, it is strong. Some people argue it's stronger than it needs to be. My argument is that the combo shouldn't be what it needs to be. I don't think the move is the problem. I think what you get from the move, like the type of combos you get from the move, are the problem, right? Because if you do, are you saying, do I think that the hit confirm window? No, not really. I mean, like, what would be the, if the counter hit was more obvious, I might think it might be too much. But I mean, you really got to be on your shit for this. Let's just see what this shit look like. Like, you see this versus this? There ain't even no difference. How do I know you did a counter hit? I gotta see that little small ass spark, which, I mean, you can see it, don't get me wrong. But if we're talking about in the heat of battle, then y'all complaining about Giant Swing not being able to see the difference between Giant Swing and Shining Wizard because you doing stuff. What if you in heat and you got all them damn effects going on and we on the damn flying state? I might not even be able to see this damn little scar right here. So, I mean, a lot of the times, unless you're doing something super obvious, most people ain't really seeing this like this. Now, if he was like Kazuya crumple stun and I got that same combo, I would think that would be a bit too much. If it was super obvious, like it did like a Steve back one when you got hit by this, it would be too much, right? Then it would kind of be like you just should have to do that jump immediately. You know, but I got a few ideas about like how they could change this move that I think would probably satiate everybody, right? Like maybe you don't need like this right here. Damn, what's that damn jab combo? I don't think you really need this. Damn, I'm sure. Like I don't think you need that combo. Yeah, it's just that I don't think the counter hit is that obvious because it really don't change. But I would say you don't need to be able to do this. Like they should make this situation where when you do that, he should just fly some kind of way that you can't do a damn running power bomb unless you do heat or something. Like it should take a resource for you to get a running power bomb in that situation. The reason I say that is because what this is typically been used for. All right, in DR, this was used for this, right? And then you crouch dash up, and that's how you get your multi throws off. You know, you said, yo, how do I not get tilted, or how do I deal? Well, that's kind of actually, that's kind of what this is about, really, Nomad. Because maybe how you're viewing the game right off the rip is going to make you salty. But if you think of the game differently, that's going to help you not be salty. Because at that point, it's just a matter of, did I make the right guess or I make the wrong guess? Did I make the right guess? Did I make the wrong guess? Like, do I get salty when I play chess? Like, if you go to the park and you play one of them bums downtown Atlanta, they going to probably whoop your ass. They going to smoke you. They ain't been doing nothing for the last 45 years but playing chess. But if you fundamentally understand chess, you know, like, damn, I go here, I could lose this and risk this, but if I make this move, I could risk this. I'm gonna take this risk and hopefully they don't do nothing to me. But then when they take your goddamn queen because you made a bad mistake, you don't get up and flip the damn tables over and start punching on the bum. You just be like, oh, fuck, I made a bad decision. I'm gonna make a better decision next time. And the same thing happened here. It's just this happening so much faster. And if you don't feel like it is earned because it's happening so rapidly, then it's like, dang, this shit can be frustrating. And I can understand that from anybody, right? I get frustrated too. Like when I first played against Lydia, hell, even now, I don't really remember everything she be doing. When she get to doing all them stances and making all them noises and I see all them clouds and storms and fucking unblockables and hard, heavy hitting mids come. Yeah, that jump pissed me off too, right? And I'd be like, man, this thing ain't even playing Tekken. But actually, I'm not playing Tekken. That's what's actually happening. Cause I wouldn't even be in this predicament if I was playing the right Tekken. If I was keeping this person poked out, if I was adjusting and challenging things as I need to challenge, they would have never even put me in this situation. Or they would have earned this situation and I really wouldn't have a gripe at that point. Like, do I cry about getting whiff punished? If you're gonna cry about getting whiff punished, you probably shouldn't even play no fighting games, right? You said her stuff is hella linear. Yeah, she is hella linear. But if I'm not doing nothing to make her linear attacks be linear, then it's on me if she start mixing my ass up with all that bullshit. Because I didn't make the right decisions. And that's not to say that any of this stuff is easy, right? I don't want to say it like this stuff is the easiest thing in the world, like it's coloring in a coloring book. But it's attainable. You just got to put the work in. This is no different than any other Tekken game I've ever played. As far as like the amount of work you got to put in to be good at this shit. It take a lot. It take a lot. You know, a lot of people like, man, I want to go back to the old days. But I remember them old days. Let me tell you something. All right. Let me go ahead and can back up. That's right, y'all about to get me right back to talking again. Y'all done fucked up. I'm supposed to be showing y'all about this down forward 2 shit. We gonna get to it though. I ain't gotta work in the morning. Damn, it's 2:20 now. God dang, what y'all doing up? Anyway, you understand, like in the old days, like a jab punisher, that junk was taking throw damage. Like that junk was taking a considerable amount of damage when you was getting jab punished. Like they even had, everybody didn't have like 12 frame and 13 frame punch. Like, you know how everybody pretty much got all the frame punishers? Everybody didn't used to have that shit. So a nigga with a jab, like something being jab punishable, hop kicks were like jab punishable, but that shit meant something back in the day. Jab punishable was like getting hit with king back 1-2, or getting hit with like a shoulder tap. Like that jump was a big deal. So then imagine what it was like to get hit by a combo back then. Outrageous. All right, they did like 5 moves, and you let her, you get up and get hit wrong again, you're done. All right. This game, I done got launched like 4 times in the same round and still be alive. Now, not too often that happens, but I'm just saying, it's possible for me to be in the air and get juggled through some kind of means at least 3 times in this game and possibly still be alive. Them old games, 2 and you're definitely through, right? 2, unless you're playing against Oscars. Oscar combos were sorry as hell. I guess there's a few people with some sorry combos, but you got launched, counter hit launched. And you also have to remember, like them old games, you really only had like magic for, you had counter hit moves, but they was kind of slow. Like you really earned them counter hits, and poking was like killing you. Like it was destroying your life bar. Y'all don't want that shit. I'm going to let y'all know. Y'all do not want to play them games. If you want to play them games, I promise you, you're going to play them. You'll be like, man, I can't hit this fool. His sidestep too damn good. I try to hop kick him. I try to, where my homing move? Oh, you don't got no homing moves? Y'all just don't know. That jump was cheap. It was fun. It was fundamentally sound. But boy, that shit was cheap. This shit's way better than that. No, well, no. Hold on, let me, I got ahead of myself. This is way better designed fully than that, right? I still like that better because that's the kind of games I like, but as far as how this game is put together, it's better put together because all these systems, like they work a lot better. There are certain things, you know, bugs obviously, but like I said, this stuff just worked with everybody exactly the same. Yeah, poke damage is true damage. That's also why I like the poke. I don't really care too much about combos because I like to hit you and you can't get your health back. But that's just my mentality. Also, I play King. You know, he ain't necessarily a combo extraordinaire. Man, you got him with like 4 launchers. That. Oh, he got 5 launchers because he got that too. He got 5 launchers. Anyway, so when it comes to King, all right, so you got this like this. You got this, which is immediate. Right? If you do this immediate, I can't do nothing but duck it. Right? If I try to do something, I get counter hit. If I try to move, I get hit. So I can't do nothing but duck that, right? But that means you're gonna do it on the same time and all the time. And you can kind of see that second move come out. If you play a King player enough, like it don't look like nothing else he does, so you can kind of always duck that, right? If you're not doing anything. So then you get to the next level. Next level is, obviously if I'm a King player and I know this about King, I'm not running around doing down forward 2-1 all willy-nilly, right? I'm an idiot if I do try to do that. So then people start trying to do down forward 2. Right? Let's do down forward 2 into backing up. Let's do down forward 2 into a down forward 2. Let's do down forward 2 into down forward into the 1 delayed. Right? So basically, every scenario except for doing this junk immediately. We did one move. This junk beat out 3 options. Now, in order for King to deal with that move you're doing, the only thing he could do is this. Let me make sure I ain't lying to you though. Let me make sure I ain't lying to you. Let's throw that in there. Okay, so he can't hop kick you. So this man has to hop kick or block low. Now what if we did a faster low move? I don't know if he got a faster low move. Do he still got that down both kicks? Yeah, okay, he got that. All right, there we go. There we go. This is where it really getting fucked up. You saw that? You don't know what just happened. He tried to hop kick me. He can't even get off the game ground. If you don't believe me, let's make sure that he's doing a hop kick. He can't even do nothing. So you know what he got to do? He got to finish the string immediately to stop this. Oh, hold on. I gotta actually do it fast. He got to do that to stop me from doing this junk. He literally got to do that jump immediately. Now he will get a combo. He will get a combo, and this right here is launch punishment, right? So do not get it misconstrued. You taking a risk doing this too, but you're forcing him to not want to use this move. Because who want to do a move and have to duck afterwards? Nobody want to do that jump. Now, maybe his reward for ducking is going to be good. But then what if you just decide to not do that? He already negative. That's when he already negative doing this jump. So if he try to go duck, he want to try to punish you. He negative what, 6? You could just start mixing his ass up. Now doing this move is just as much a mix up on him as it is on you. But let's say you don't want to take the risk of doing down 4, right? Don't worry, we got something for you. We have something for you. You don't want to take the risk of doing that, Joe. Oh, I didn't even record it. Oh, numeral 14. Welcome to the realm of the real. Only the real can chill. Hold on, y'all. Let's spit them right quick. All right, my bad. I had to go in and take a piss. I didn't want to. Had to take care of things while I was already up. Oh. All right, we back. So, I don't know if y'all see what I'm doing here, but all right, your biggest threat is that he's going to do down forward 2 in the down forward 2 again, right? And still his turn back. But we already know that he's risking a lot if he does that, because he's turning his down forward 2 into a 19 frame move, which means it's on delayed timing, which means he's setting himself up for a counter hit. But we are playing it safe no matter what, because if he does his move, we step. If he do the move, we punish him, right? If he don't do the move, we block. Well, eventually he gonna have to do something else. He can't live off of this. This ain't taking chip damage, right? So if he's not taking chip damage, oh, I need to actually step. Like if every time he try to do this one, I step out the way and punish him. And if I'm real with it, yeah, I'm tripping. If I'm real with it, I'm a hop kick him. This is also what we talked about at the beginning, where I was telling y'all about buffering your inputs, right? It makes a big difference, because you can't do this if you don't buffer your side step. But it also changes what you get around, right? Because if I don't buffer my side step and I side step secondarily, and he do like 2 of them things back to back, look at him, he just missing like a motherfucker. That's gonna change if I get hit by that second down, if I even have to block that second down for it. Like, those are the things that seem inconsistent in the game, but they're not inconsistent. You're not inputting things in the same consistent manner, which is difficult to do, right? It's a very difficult thing to do. So what I'm showing you is, like, if he does down forward 2 and I don't buffer it, right? Let's go for it. But you saw that? I didn't buffer it down forward to the side step. I did the side step late as hell, and I got away from the move. But if I do the side step like that, I won't get away from this. I'm gonna get hit by it. Because I'm trying to sidestep way too late, and the junk is clapping my ass up. So you gotta buffer your sidestep in order for this to work. Like, look at when I'm pressing down, and then look at when my character moves. Like, that's what you gotta kind of pay attention to when you're playing this game. So when people be like, oh man, it's inconsistent, man, sometimes I get hit, sometimes I don't get hit. It's not that the game is being inconsistent. Your input is inconsistent. You'll get the same, I do this jump 100 times in a row. If I do it the same way 100 times, it's gonna come out the same way 100 times. But if I change when I press it down, I might get a whole different result and end up getting hit by something. Now I'm getting comboed because I didn't buffer my sidestep. This is also part of decision making, right? Like, decision making ain't always stand up and duck. Like, that's the most generic aspect of decision making, standing up and ducking. But even how you press the buttons is a mix-up. This is why Tekken is such a deep game. Like, for all the things that's wrong with this game, it's so deep that people don't even really be scratching the surface of like how much junk there is in this game that work in your advantage to make situations that you think are horrible, like really not in your opponents. Like, look what's happening there. Look how much time I got. I had enough time to sidestep and backdash and hop kick this one. That's wild. So do I think the move is extra strong? I think it's a great move, really, right? When you hit somebody with it on counter hit. What about when you're not hitting nobody with no counter hit? It's a -6 move that if I finish it, I die. It's just a move like most, it's like a lot of other moves in this damn game. It's just the counter hit aspect, you know, I'll give it to somebody if they think that that's cheap. I just say, well, just change what he gets off of it. Make it an Oki tool like it used to be. Make it go back to something like this. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Make it go back to something like this. In fact, this is the only combo I really even do with King, is this. And then I set him up for Oki. Or I use the crouch dash mix up. You know, now you do 2 wave dashes, you'll be in their face. Or I can do the spins, right? Like, that makes the character's other moves more useful. Like, even from a design perspective, right? If you can't get that running power bomb combo off, now you're gonna start using it for what you've used it for all these years. You get sizable damage, so it's useful, so people are scared of it, but it's not so sizable that it's deleting life bars. In like a regular ass launcher, you getting regular ass combos. Like, you don't need to get regular ass combos off of it. If I was going to balance the move, right, that's what I would balance it around. And then you give the character the ability to do what the character's supposed to do. Crouch dash and go for these multi-throws. Spin and go for these multi-throws. Go for this new running stance that you want to actually be useful. Because outside of that, the junk ain't very useful. Right? So to me, that's kind of how I look at these moves. And what I did here with King, you can do this junk with a whole bunch of characters. And when you get to situations where you can't do this, that's where the complaints start to be valid. Like when the counterplay is inefficient, nearly non-existent, that's when you start to be able to have real good arguments for your like some people have an argument with this right here, which I can kind of get it, but it's so specific that I just don't really think it's that big a deal.
Next battle.
Because you can't recreate the situation nothing but one time in the entire match. But I was talking to Fenty one time, and he was telling me about this situation. I was like, oh, well, it is pretty fucked up, but yo, what's going on with your player? Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. Hope you've been doing all right. How you cut this junk on? What is this junk called? Opponent's heat. Activate heat. Not rage. Oh, end state. Oh no, I'm just gonna activate. Alright, he was saying something about to do a combo. And then when you do the combo on wake up, oh, I did this shit wrong. I don't need no fucking. Alright, he was saying on wake up, you have to eat this. Apparently you get to do this. Alright. And I didn't even record it. Alright, and apparently you can't armor through this jump, right? Oh, nothing, just helping people see the game a little differently. Showing people what my perspective on the game is and why I have the perspective I do. Okay, so they was complaining about this right here, right? Because what happens in this situation is you do the wall combo, and if you tech roll, as soon as you tech roll, he just do his damn bullshit, and you just gotta eat the 50-50, right? Like you can't armor through it because while he's in this state, his moves be busting the armor up. Then he got an unbreakable unbreakable throw, I think, out of he got the low. Do he got a low out of it? Yeah, he do got a low, I believe. But he's got that throw, he's got the other mid, and then he's got the uppercut. And that's after you get wall comboed and they take you all the way to the wall and you tech roll. Is it some bullshit? Yes, I agree. It is some real deal bullshit. All right. But this is a scenario you literally can only have to deal with one time in an entire match. Like, this is not even something you can create once a round. This is literally, you could go a 5-round match and only have dealt with that junk one time. And it's very specific to you having to be by the wall. But what if you just stay on the ground? Now, that's not to say he don't got nothing for that, because he do got that punch the ground jump. Now, he has answers to it, but that's just teching to me. To me, it's like, as long as there is an answer and this junk is not guaranteed. Now, he did show me something that was guaranteed with Anna, and that junk was fucked up. Like, no matter what. But I just accept that as, all right, that's part of the combo. Let's keep on rolling. You know, I played a game where a fool got to sidestep you and hit you one time, and that was the end of the round. I played 5.0 where, like, if you tech roll, you got crouch grab for free. You got snake edged for free. I seen real cheap junk before. So when I be seeing this junk, it's like, oh, it's a little unbalanced, but it ain't the cheapest thing I ever seen in my life. It's just a guess. And the guess is the guess. So I guess that for me, it's not so stressing, and I can see for other people, if you're looking at it any way other than that, I very much can understand why somebody would be stressed playing this game. Because it's like, man, I should have options that I don't have. This is stupid. Why do I have to deal with this? And I can agree, like, yes, from that perspective, is it a situation I want to have to deal with? Absolutely not. Is it something they could tweak and make it better? They could. Could they give me more optionality in the game? It would be well received if they did. But is something like that the worst shit I ever saw? No. What if they just made some of the moves unsafe? Right? Would that be better? Like, if you guess correctly, you actually get to punish some of that junk? Probably would help a little bit, but I think people would rather have the option to, like, move out the way. Because that's kind of what's a big deal in Tekken, is like the third dimension option. Like being able to move out the way. Maybe backdashing some jump. But you're on the wall, you ain't gonna be able to backdash nothing. You know, or, you know, don't make the jump break. Like, maybe you shouldn't make the jump be a guard break. I'm not guard break, armor break. It's like, okay, you put this in here because I can't sidestep. Like, this is for situations where I can't sidestep, but I have enough frames to do something. Right? That's what this is for. Like, don't put this in the game and then make it I can't use the move and I can't sidestep. Because in those situations, it's like, all right, and the move ain't punishable. Yeah, you need to tweak this jump. But if I can step something, I can armor through some stuff, I can duck some stuff, I can low jab interrupt something, then that's good enough. You got like 4 avenues. He said, yeah, I've been doing the same thing. Been teaching people how lab efficiently. You had to show people how long it was broken, weaknesses, how to beat it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing. It's like, you know, it just requires a lot more labbing than I think people feel like they need to be doing to play this game, right? But you also have to ask yourself, like, what level are you trying to get to? Are you trying to be a professional? Well, if you're trying to be a professional at this game, like, what makes you think you don't need to be in the lab every goddamn day? What professional you know don't go to work every goddamn day? Right? If you want to be a professional, you got to get into the mud. Like, you should be telling me the stuff that I'm telling other folks, that I'm telling y'all. Right? Y'all should be able to come in here and tell me about the systems of movement and how you got this, and how this is different from this, which is different from this, which is different from this. Like, you need to be able to explain that to me if you want to be a professional. I shouldn't be coming in here telling you the difference between all of this, because I'm not a professional no more. I'm just a guy who liked the game. I'm intrigued by the mechanics of the game, more so than I even am intrigued by playing the game, really. I play the game with folks just to test out my understanding of the mechanics. That sounds like a crazy reason to be playing a game, but that's why I play it. Right? But if you're just somebody who's just trying to have fun playing the game, like, then, in my opinion, and this is just an opinion, if you are not trying to learn the deeper aspects of the game, then just play the game for what you know it to be and have fun with that. Like, I don't know how. If I don't understand sidestepping, and I don't know how to implement sidestepping, and I don't go in the game and practice sidestepping, then fundamentally, like, a Hell Sweep mix-up from Kazuya is going to be the worst shit I ever seen in my life. Hell Sweep into Demon Paw is going to be the worst shit I ever seen in my life. But if I'm not willing to explore how to beat these things, like how to interrupt them, how to move out the way of them, then I can't really have a valid argument that this junk is broke. What's going on with your that drummer over there? What's going on with your goddamn? Oh no, DeMarcus. What's going on with your player? Yeah. I try to make sure that people kind of understand it, because like I said, it's been a long time since I've been a casual, but well, not a casual, but you know, like a high level understander is what I would say. I don't know if I'm a high level player because I don't perform as well as my brain understands, but as long as I've been a high level understander of the game, there was a point in time where I was trying to learn this junk, and junk felt cheap to me way back in the day. I do understand that it's the way the game is designed is to be for the oppression to be more in your face. Like I said, they took away the running 3 and gave you moves that does what the running 3 does. Right? It just, so you don't have to do the manual aspect of running. You just do the move that get that, like this is +3, this is +3. If this wasn't King and I had another character, they would just have a move that would just, instead of running over there and getting you, the move might just jump over there and hit you, right? But it's the kind of the same thing. Oh yeah, you know, this is a great example. Great example is this. If you're not gonna move, they gave me this move right here. This junk is +7 on block. Yeah. That junk is +7. But look at this move is 31 frames. That's half a second. In a game where people got 12 and 10 frame moves. You could have did 3 jabs by the time this move came out. Well, let me not say that, jabs have recovered. But I'm just saying, like, the speed of 3 jabs would have occurred and this move still would not have landed. So if you're not doing anything for all the time it takes for this move to get all the way over here, why shouldn't I get a big ass mix up? Why shouldn't you have to eat a big ass mix up right here? This move's slow as hell. And in this case, it's a linear ass move. So you didn't sidestep or nothing. You just backdash like it's Tekken 7. And I did this move. Yeah, I did the move from 3 characters away. Right? I did it from way over here. But why was you standing, like, why was you just backing up? What else was you looking for from all the way up here? Now, that jump is kind of ridiculous. Look how far that is. God dang. This is 4 characters away. God. That nigga King got him a 4 character ass move. I can't even try it. I'd be scared to do this jump because a nigga sidestep even a little bit, I'm getting launched. That shit do reach pretty far. But yeah, look at this. If you way over here and I do a 30 frame move and you ain't pressed not nan button from way over here, I might deserve my little 7 frames. Now, I ain't got nothing to mix you up with but throws, but you know, eat my throws then. You know, let me get my shit. You know, if I'm doing this move right here, right? And you ain't trying to stop me from doing it. I do it from way over here. Like, I deserve my mix up. You let me run all the way in your damn face to throw. Think about this. Look how far this is. How the hell you let somebody run that far way across the screen and grab you? Ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way. You deserve to get thrown. This right here deserve to take all your life and give me heat. Cause if I did the jump right here, you could react to it. If I did the jump right here, you could react to it. You can react to it anywhere. Any of these places, you could just be like, oh, I'm finna start jabbing. And way back here, you can just be like, oh, I'm finna back up, and if it's supposed to get too close to me, I'm gonna start jabbing. Or I'm gonna cut my heat on, or I'm gonna just do a long range low. I'm gonna just do a low move. There's a lot of answers to all this stuff that I just wish people like get in the practice room before they complain about stuff. Now, some people do get in the practice room and they do complain because they done the practice. To them people, I don't argue with like something that's just obviously fucked up. But if I get in the practice room and I practice the same thing and I find an answer to the problem, I'm gonna just start looking at you like, why didn't you find this answer? Like, so when I do stuff, like when I make tier lists and things, my shit always be looking crazy in comparison to other folks, but I don't know what they build their tier list off of. I don't know what they build their idea of the game design off of. I just go off of like, what is the developer trying to get me to do? And what are the answers they want me to have to the problems that they bring to my table? And that's kind of how I always viewed Tekken. And this Tekken ain't really no different. At least my opinion. That's kind of what I got from it. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. It's damn 3:05 in the damn morning. I know y'all about to steal all my goddamn tech. That's why I ain't give y'all all of the tech. Y'all gonna have to watch the video when it come out on YouTube. Support your boy if y'all ain't already over there on YouTube. Go to TKN Space House, all right? The space bar, not the word space. Go to TKN House, because I'm streaming on both right now, so trying to build up the YouTube a little bit more so I can start putting content over there. I want to put some content out there. I really want people to really have a good idea how this game works, because that makes it fun for me when I play people that really know what's going on. I ain't give y'all no matches tonight. I mean, it do say Hittin Da Lab, so I guess hopefully y'all enjoyed the lab a little bit. It's been real. I don't know, next time y'all get one of these streams might be, I might stream again tomorrow. I got one day off, so I'll be having to do a lot. But y'all see me sometime this week. I'm gonna try to get me a little regular schedule so y'all know when to find me. But as of right now, I hope y'all enjoyed yourself. I enjoyed myself. I'm gonna get on here. Oh shit, hit the hell out that microphone. I'm gonna get on here, see if I can find somebody on Twitch that I can raid. Mad Panther, you might have to raid somebody. I don't be knowing how to do this shit no more. I was struggling the last time I was trying to raid somebody on the damn phone. Let's see. Opt out of the preferences. No, I don't opt out. I just want you to close this fucking tab. Man, Twitch, stop playing with me. Alright, I'm just gonna hit proceed. I don't know what the hell that is. Anyway, let's see. Profile, stream manager. Y'all didn't tell me how y'all been feeling about Tekken. Oh, Jeebus is on? Yeah. Let me get my boy Jeebus. Good old Jeebus. What make y'all not like this game so much? Like, what have you went and learned that made you not like the game? Man, I don't know how to do this chunks here. Just use the raid command in the chat. Hey, you ain't no mod on here no more? Mad Panther. Oh, I got the restream chat, so I can't even see if you got a mod or not. Hey man, what in the world going on with the damn phone? Okay, that's the auto mod, filter, chat, mod actions. Here we go. Raid. I'm my boy Shinblade, fighting GM. Where my boy Jeebus at, man? Yeah, he ain't playing no Tekken though. He playing Ghost of Yoti. So y'all go over there to my old student and y'all tell him I said what's up. It's been real having y'all here. Till next time, you know what it is. Realm of the real. Only the real can chill. Peace. Maybe I have my hair done next time y'all see me. I look crazy right now.